Hey guys, tonight we're going somewhere deeply impractical. 15th century Italy, where the streets are cobbled, the politics are cutthroat, and the job market for assassins is somehow both saturated and wildly underqualified. Picture this. You wake up in a musty one-room inn, someone else's boots on your feet, and a scrap of parchment stuck to your chest with wax. It says, in questionable Latin, "Congratulations. Initiate. You're in the Assassin's Guild now." Sort of, there's a half-eaten wheel of cheese beside you. The window is cracked open, letting in the murmur of early morning market stalls and the gentle sound of two cats attempting murder beneath the balcony. Welcome to your worst job interview ever. And yes, the role is unpaid, except in blood oranges. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love knowing where and when you're listening. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You stretch. Immediately, your shoulder pops. The wooden cot creaks like a shipwreck in progress. Your first mission? Go to the square. Observe a merchant. Take notes. Do not stab. Emphasis on that last part. Your handler, a man named Matteo, who smells faintly of vinegar and has one eyebrow permanently raised, made it clear. Observe only, he whispered last night. Then he winked, coughed, and left through a trapdoor. You head outside, trying to look inconspicuous, except you're wearing an oversized cloak stitched with someone else's initials, boots a size too small, and you forgot to remove the "Congratulations" parchment. A boy selling radishes points and laughs. An old woman mutters something about your aura. Here's the thing about being an assassin in Renaissance Italy. Most of it is waiting, and being cold, and trying not to sneeze because every sneeze sounds like betrayal. As you lurk by the fountain pretending to eat grapes, you realize two things. 1. You're being watched. 2. Grapes are out of season. What you're actually chewing is something dried and vaguely sour, possibly an olive pit. A man in red robes sits on a bench, flipping a coin. Your target. He looks very stabbable. But no, not today. Today, you're learning the ropes. Unfortunately, the ropes are moldy, frayed, and wrapped in guild politics. Historians still argue whether these guilds were actual organized societies or just ragtag clubs of dramatic loners. Some left written codes. Others, only rumors and peculiar tattoos involving owls holding daggers. Matteo finally appears, cloaked like a bat with debts. He nods at the man in red. That's Cesare's cousin. Do not engage. He's bait. Then Matteo hands you a list of suspiciously short instructions. Track without being seen. Eavesdrop without reacting. Do not fall into the canal again. You shadow the man. Well, you try. Your boots squeak on cobblestones. Someone hands you a fish by mistake. The man turns into an alley, but you trip on a cat and end up in a barrel of eels. Not metaphorical eels. Real, wiggling, mildly offended eels. 10 minutes later, you emerge, damp and humiliated, only to see Matteo face palming from a rooftop. Eventually, your target sits at a cafe, sipping something foamy and judging pigeons. You lurk behind a fruit stand, pretending to examine apricots. The fruit seller eyes you with suspicion. You're not from around here, Are you? She says. You mumble something about melons and disappear behind a cart of turnips. Quirky detail. Many cities in Renaissance Italy had professional watchers, not guards, but people hired just to sit and observe. They were usually old, extremely gossipy, and devastatingly accurate in describing footwear. You're on their radar now. By the time the sun sets, you've learned a few things. 1. Cesare's cousin loves arguing with goats. 2. You are allergic to whatever perfume he uses. And 3. Blending in is harder than video games make it look. You don't just pop into a hay bale and vanish. No. You fall in awkwardly, dislocate something, and get yelled at by the farmer. You limp back to the inn, exhausted, starving, and still very much unstabbed. Matteo's there, sipping grappa and polishing a dagger that looks purely decorative. You didn't die, he says with a shrug. That's a good start. Outside, bells toll the evening hour. You think you've passed the test. Then Matteo tosses you a moldy satchel. Tomorrow, he grins, you learn about poisons. Sweet dreams. The next morning arrives far too soon. You're not sure when you fell asleep, possibly in the middle of pulling off one boot. But now the inn smells like burned barley, and someone is snoring directly underneath your floorboards. You groan, stretch, and discover that you've slept with your dagger under your back. Again. Matteo is already waiting for you outside, crouched by a wagon wheel, humming tunelessly and grinding something suspiciously green with a mortar and pestle. You're late, he says. You're not, technically. The sun has barely risen, and the baker across the alley is only just lighting his oven. But timelines are flexible when you're in training to be a human shadow. He hands you a vial. It's cloudy and smells like regret. This is not poison, he says. It's garlic oil. You'll be practicing with soup today. You sigh in relief, until he adds, we'll say it's poison, though. Makes it more exciting. Today's lesson. Infiltration by cup. Theoretically, you'll enter a crowded tavern, identify your mark, and subtly swap out their drink for the dosed one. The problem? You have never once been described as subtle. You make your way to the tavern, a low-ceilinged, smoky affair, where the chairs wobble and the menus are written entirely in riddles. Your target, Matteo explains, is that man with the feathered cap who looks like he owes rent. Unfortunately, that description fits 3 people here. You choose the one arguing with a sausage vendor and slide into the shadows behind a wine barrel. Your plan is to watch. Wait for him to lift his mug, and then, when he leaves it unattended, make the switch. Only you forget to account for 2 things. 1, that the wine and the soup are both the same cloudy brown color. And 2, that someone else might drink from the mug first. A child walks past and steals a sip, then immediately spits it out and yells, "Tastes like old sandals." You freeze. Half the room turns. Matteo, somehow already seated in the corner, covers his face with his hood. Historians still argue, he will later tell you, whether apprentices should ever be sent unsupervised into public establishments. Evidence suggests no. In the chaos, your target moves to a new table. You follow discreetly, or try to. You stub your toe on a loose flagstone, knock over a jug of pickled eggs, and accidentally insult a nun. She forgives you, but only after a lengthy lecture about posture and sin. You retreat to the kitchen, deciding to go in from the back like a proper infiltrator. Big mistake. The tavern cook mistakes you for a delivery boy and hands you a tray of suspicious pies. You now work here. Apparently, your dagger is tucked beneath an apron that says hot stuff, and you are asked to wash your hands at least twice. Somewhere between basting a chicken and arguing over parsley placement, you spot the target again. This time, mid-toast, surrounded by people far more drunk than you're comfortable with. The mug is briefly unattended. Your chance. You move. Swift. Silent. And with only a mild limp, you reach the table, swap the mug, and retreat behind a curtain, heart racing. Victory. Almost. Because you swapped it with your own drink. The man gulps down a mouthful, smacks his lips, and yells, "Who seasoned this? It's delightful." Mateo later records this moment as a creative failure. You reconvene outside. He's chewing fennel seeds and not looking at you. "You've got instincts," he says. "Terrible, loud, soup-related instincts." You ask if all assassin jobs are this culinary. He grunts. "Depends on the client. Some like knives. Some like subtler things. The elite." He sniffs. "Prefer elegance, finesse, theatrics." You glance at your garlic-scented tunic and feel very untheatrical. Fun fact, in the courts of Renaissance Italy, poison was considered both an art and a science. There were even manuals. One infamous Florentine text allegedly included a diagram of which herbs produced sleep versus forever sleep, though scholars still argue whether it was satire, a warning, or just a really detailed cookbook. That evening, Mateo brings you to an abandoned granary for night class. He produces a wooden dummy, a tray of goblets, and several herbs in small bags. "One of these," he says, "will make you hallucinate your grandmother. Another is just time. You have 3 guesses. You guess wrong. Twice. The third time, you spill it all. The dummy remains unimpressed. But as the moon rises, something clicks. You manage a clean swap, a silent footstep, and only knock over one thing, a rusty pail, which honestly was just asking for it. Mateo gives you a slow clap. Better. Still doomed, but better. The day ends with you half asleep in a barn, covered in flour and self-doubt. You dream of soup that whispers your name. You'll try again tomorrow. You're jolted awake by the sound of hooves and yelling. A cart full of cabbages has overturned just outside the barn. And now, 2 merchants are arguing in what might be Latin, or possibly very angry poetry. Your back aches, your knees crack, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval hay is just straw plus judgment. Mateo greets you at breakfast with a cheerful slap on the shoulder and a new assignment. Rooftops. You look up. The buildings are taller than you remember. The alleys narrower, the pigeons more hostile. Today's task is simple in theory. Tail a courier without being seen. Follow him from rooftop to rooftop. Make no sound. Leave no shadow. Also, don't fall. Your cloak flaps too much. Your boots still squeak. And you're carrying a satchel full of dried beans for balance training. Mateo insists the noise will teach you emotional control. You begin your ascent using a laundry line and what's left of your dignity. The stones are cold and uneven. And midway up, you discover a nest of extremely territorial swallows. They are not impressed by your stealth skills. By the time you reach the rooftop, Your knees are shaking, and you've lost 3 beans. The courier is already several buildings ahead, hopping with the ease of someone who hasn't just insulted a swallow's grandmother. Historians still argue whether early urban messengers were trained professionals or just whichever teenager could climb the fastest. Some cities, like Florence, had official courier networks. Others relied on guild apprentices, wandering monks, or nosy neighbors who wanted excuses to eavesdrop. You leap after him. Your foot lands on a patch of moss. You slip, flail, and land in a stack of roof tiles that immediately collapse like a sad accordion. You freeze. Silence. Except now someone is applauding. You turn. 3 children are watching from a window below. One of them shouts, "Do it again!" You do not. You scramble after the courier, using chimneys as cover. You're sweating through your tunic, and your beanbag sounds like a maraca every time you move. You pass a rooftop garden with a cat that watches you like it's taking notes. Eventually, you reach a bell tower. The courier darts inside. You follow, panting. Inside, the stairwell spirals upward in a dizzying loop of stone and regret. You begin the climb. The first 20 steps are fine. The next 50 feel like betrayal. You stop halfway, gasping, and seriously reconsider your life choices. A bell tolls directly above your head, making your ears ring and your soul question reality. You push on. At the top, you peek out through a wooden slat. The courier is speaking to someone in hushed tones. You try to listen, but your own breathing sounds like a blacksmith at work. The voices drift. Tonight, the East Gate. Signal at midnight. Then a sneeze escapes you. Not a full sneeze. More of a half snort. Half-muffled explosion of pollen and shame. But it's enough. The courier freezes. His companion turns. You duck. Now it's a chase. You flee back down the stairs. Cloak flapping. Boots thudding. They're behind you. Very behind. Which is somehow worse. Because now you know you're being followed. But not how fast they're moving. You hit the bottom step and bolt into the alley. Left? Right? You choose left. Wrong. It's a fishmonger's courtyard. You trip over a basket of eels. Again, and land face first in brine. The courier runs past, laughing. Matteo is on the far rooftop, hands on his hips. You're improving, he calls. You only tripped twice today. You cough up something that might be anchovy. That evening, you nurse your pride and a bruised shoulder as Matteo makes you draw a map of your route. You leave out the eel incident. He adds it back in. Then he teaches you the assassin's walk. This, apparently, is not a specific gait, but a general posture, slightly hunched, alert, but casual, like you're always ready to run, but might also stop for soup. You practice walking silently in circles for half an hour. A dog watches, then joins in. You name him Cesare. Just before bed, Matteo hands you a scroll. Tomorrow, he says, we test your memory. You ask how rooftops help with memory. He smiles. You'll see. Quirky fact. In some medieval guilds, apprentices were taught mnemonic chants to remember complex routes or passwords. One such chant allegedly included the phrase, "Turn where the goat weeps, and the cobbler sings." You fall asleep, humming it. Morning arrives with a crow perched on your chest and a goat chewing the corner of your blanket. You're not sure if this is part of the training, or if the barn you're sleeping in is just exceptionally popular with local wildlife. Either way, the goat is unimpressed with your reflexes. You stagger outside, brushing straw from your hair, and find Mateo leaning against a post, chewing something that might be tobacco or just an aggressive leaf. He doesn't greet you. He simply tosses a rolled-up map your way. Memorize it. You have 10 minutes. You blink. The map is hand-drawn, ink smudged in places, and absolutely packed with symbols. Winding alleys, strange X, a doodle of what appears to be a smiling pig wearing a hat. You ask if that part's important. Mateo only shrugs. This was your route yesterday, he says. And tomorrow's mission depends on whether you remember the pig. He sets an hourglass on a barrel. It's a dramatic touch, but effective. You study the map like it holds the meaning of life, even though you're 80% sure it's just the layout of the town and someone's shopping list. When time's up, Mateo grabs the map and burns it in a cooking fire. Now walk it. Wait, now? Yes, now. You begin retracing the route, step by step. You pass the fishmonger's alley, still smells like regret. The bell tower, the slippery moss patch. Ah, yes, memories. Mateo follows at a distance, making non-committal grunts every time you hesitate. You turn left at a donkey you think you've seen before, then veer right past a bakery with a suspiciously good memory for your face. The baker gives you a look like, not the soup guy again. It's going fine until you reach the square. There's a festival today. Tents, music, children chasing each other with sticks. A juggler throws turnips in the air while singing something vaguely threatening. You're immediately disoriented. You freeze. Mateo strolls up beside you and taps the side of his nose. Adaptation, Lesson 4. You sigh, then try to use your assassin's walk to blend in. A mime copies you. A small dog begins following you again. You consider naming this one Dante. The route is gone, vanished beneath dancers and merchants, and that one goat who will not let you forget the blanket incident. So, you improvise. You look for landmarks. The odd crooked chimney. The door with 4 locks. The tavern with a painting of St. Ursula that always seems to wink. Historians still argue whether apprentices were expected to memorize entire city maps or simply key locations. Some sources suggest landmark chaining, connecting locations to emotional cues, like turn at the house that smells like vinegar and sadness. You turn left at sadness and find yourself right back at the starting point. Mateo claps, slowly. Acceptable, he says. You didn't die. Also, the pig was real. Tavern mascot. You missed it. You groan. Back at the inn, he gives you a quiz. It's not written. He just fires questions at you over a bowl of lentils. Where were the crates stacked? Which door was painted green? What did the merchant yell when you knocked over his squash? You answer, 3 high, left of the fountain, and, you Harry Fraud? Correct. Later, he teaches you a chant. It's old, rhythmic, and mostly nonsense, but it helps. Red roof, left boot, 2 steps past the broken lute. You repeat it, over and over. It worms into your brain. By nightfall, you could walk the town blindfolded, if only you weren't constantly stepping in things. Quirky tidbit, medieval cities were rarely organized logically. Roads curved for no reason. Signs were handwritten and often misspelled. And people frequently gave directions like, Turn where old Paolo used to sell radishes. Your chant absorbs Paolo. You chant for him. That night, Matteo gives you a test. He blindfolds you, spins you 3 times, and says, "Go to the fountain. No peeking." You stumble, mumble the chant, trip once, curse twice, in your head, and a fine water splashing against your boots. Success. Matteo's smile is brief, but real. You go to bed feeling almost like an assassin. A bad one, but still. You dream of pigs in hats, goats in cloaks, and a maze of rooftops whispering your name. This morning's assignment, Matteo says, is about subtlety. You nod solemnly, still chewing on a hunk of bread that may be older than your boots. Subtlety. A word that has, thus far, eluded you. You've sneezed during a stakeout, tripped over a soup pot, and gotten personally scolded by both a nun and a pigeon. But today, you're determined. The objective is simple. Sneak into the convent kitchen and retrieve a note hidden inside a loaf of bread. Then get out again. Quietly. Why the convent? Matteo just says, because they bake better bread than you deserve, and hands you a long white cloth to wear. It's supposed to make you blend in with the kitchen workers. You look like a mop with legs. You begin the walk to the convent, repeating your chant quietly. Left boot, red roof, pig in a hat. You breathe deep. Focus. Channel your inner shadow. Then you run into the sister at the gate. She's tall. She's silent. She's holding a basket of radishes like it's a weapon. Her eyes narrow. You say, "I've come to volunteer," she says. "We'll see." Inside, the kitchen smells like cinnamon and stern judgment. Other workers shuffle quietly, kneading dough, whisking eggs, carrying sacks of flour that look heavier than your entire torso. You try to blend in. You're handed a bowl. You don't ask what's in it. You stir. You glance at the table. Loaves everywhere. Matteo's instructions were clear. The target bread will be marked with a diagonal slash and a single poppy seed. It's the assassin's version of a signature. Historians still debate whether secret messages in food were real or just literary flourishes. Some evidence exists. Baked loaves with wax-sealed cavities, scrolls hidden in cheese wheels, but most of it is fragmentary, smudged, and coated in breadcrumbs. You scan the table. Too fast. A sister slaps your hand with a wooden spoon. "Focus," she says. "The dough is watching." You nod as if that makes sense. You knead. You stir. You burn your hand on a tray and yelp like a startled duck. The workers ignore you. Professionals. Then you see it. The bread. Diagonal slash. One poppy seed. It's sitting on a cooling rack beneath a window. You casually make your way over. A cat blocks your path. Where did the cat come from? No idea. But it looks into your soul and seems unimpressed. You sidestep the cat, reach for the loaf. A bell rings. The kitchen erupts. Sacks are lifted. Trays shuffled. Workers rush to the courtyard. You grab the bread in the confusion and slip it under your robe. Then you walk. No. You glide. Toward the exit. Almost there. Wait. The sister says. You freeze. The bread is warm against your chest. The robe suddenly itches. She eyes you, then gestures to a bucket. Take out the peelings. You nod. Pick up the bucket and walk out with the grace of a man carrying stolen carbohydrates and questionable vegetable waste. Outside, Matteo is waiting near the olive tree. He doesn't say anything, just raises an eyebrow. You produce the loaf. He tears it in half, revealing a tightly folded note, slick with butter. He nods. Better. You ask what the note says. He glances at it and says, "Tomorrow's soup recipe." You stare. He shrugs. Not everything is dramatic. That afternoon, you're assigned to copying Latin phrases onto scraps of parchment. It's meditative, soothing, until Matteo says, "These will be hidden inside hollow apples." You drop your quill. He explains, messages inside fruit are an old trick, often used in court kitchens, where food moved freely between servant and noble. Some say a single apple once delayed a war by 3 days. Historians still argue whether that war was real, or whether the chronicler was just being poetic. You spend an hour hollowing apples. Badly. You break 3 before realizing you're holding the knife upside down. Then Matteo sends you to the tavern again. Different task this time. Place the apple on the right table, near the right man, without speaking a word. You nod. Easy. Except the tavern is full, loud, sweaty. There's a lute player doing something deeply illegal to a melody in E minor. And the man you're looking for? No feather this time, just a limp and an affection for roasted onions. You scan the crowd. Spot him. Table in the corner, back to the wall, nursing something that might once have been wine. You walk with purpose, apple in hand, casual, cool. You trip over a dog. Again. The apple rolls across the floor like a traitorous spy. It stops under the wrong table. A child picks it up and bites into it. Matteo, somehow behind you, sighs. Plan B, he says. Plan B is distracting the child with another apple, this time non-hollow, and guiding the correct apple to the right table with a broom. It's not elegant, but it works. Kind of. The man picks it up, inspects it, and shrugs, then pockets the note and tosses the core out the window. Success. Maybe. You return to Matteo. He doesn't scold you. Just says, "We'll work on your apple delivery form." You nod. Later, in your hayloft bed, you think back over the day. The poppy seed, the spoon slap, the suspicious cat, the apple chase. You're still not sure what you're doing. But you're doing it quieter now. Dawn breaks with a sharp breeze and a distant argument about fish prices. You wake up tangled in your own cloak, face pressed into a pile of hay that smells like goat secrets and failure. Somewhere below, Matteo is whistling a tune suspiciously close to "You Did This to Yourself." Today's lesson. Vanishing. You squint. Like disappearing? He nods, handing you a small pouch of charcoal dust and a piece of cloth. Every assassin worth their vinegar knows how to vanish. Not with magic, with misdirection, with silence, with not being where people expect you. He pauses, and by not sneezing, ever again. He tells you your objective. Tail a man through the southern market. Lift the ring from his belt pouch and disappear before he turns around. Return the ring to Matteo within the hour. If you're seen, mission failed. If you're caught, mission double failed. If you trip into a cheese stand again, mission, go find a different career. The southern market is chaos. Fabrics hang like banners. Merchants shout prices and throw in free insults. Chickens, live ones, dart beneath carts. The smell is a heady blend of saffron, leather, wine, and feet. You spot your target. He's tall, well-dressed, clearly used to walking like he owns the cobblestones. A nobleman, maybe, or just someone who invested early in sheep. His pouch swings gently as he moves, ring glinting in the morning light. You follow at a safe distance, remembering Mateo's advice: never walk at someone, always drift near them, like a breeze, like guilt, like that one cousin who always wants to borrow your cart. You drift. He stops to argue over plums. You edge closer, pretending to inspect a basket of eels. Why is it always eels? The pouch is right there. You inch closer, raise your hand. Someone sneezes. Not you. A different man. 2 stalls away, but the noble turns his head just enough to glance in your direction. You're gone. You slide behind a curtain, duck into a tent, emerge on the other side holding a fennel bulb. You are now a fennel enthusiast. You make intense eye contact with the merchant and whisper, "Tell no one." He blinks. Okay. Your target moves again, this time through a row of spice vendors. You trail him, tasting the air, pepper, cumin, cinnamon, and the faint whiff of goat cheese regret. You cough quietly into your cloak. He bends to tie his shoe. You move. You reach for the pouch, and the donkey behind him brays like it just read your thoughts. He turns, sees you. You freeze. He squints. You raise the fennel. "Good crop this year," you say, in a fake accent even you don't believe. He nods, confused, and turns back to his laces. You disappear behind a curtain again, then up a set of stairs, across a roof, and down into a courtyard. You're sweating through your tunic, and one of your shoes is full of lentils. Don't ask. Finally, you try again. This time, you approach from the opposite direction. He's at a pottery stall, gesturing at an amphora. You slip past a barrel, lower your hand, and snatch the ring. It's heavier than expected. Warmer, too. You turn, step behind a tent, and vanish into the crowd. Success. Sort of. Because now, someone else is following you. At first, it's just a sense, a breath out of place, a shadow too consistent. Then you see her, tall, cloaked, weaving through the market just behind you. She's good. You slip through an alley, over a wall, into a laundry line. You emerge wearing a sheet and holding the ring like it's sacred. She's still there, watching. Historians still argue whether rival assassin guilds patrolled markets in Renaissance cities. Some believe it was more likely unpaid apprentices borrowing jobs from each other. Others say it was mostly just nosy siblings with too much time. You duck into a bakery. Mateo is waiting. Of course he is, eating a fig tart. You toss him the ring. "She followed me," you say. "She does that," he replies. "Her name's Livia. She's better than you." You glare. He shrugs. "Everyone's better than you. That's why you're still learning." You sit, tired. He hands you half a tart. It's warm, flaky, and tastes faintly of honey and humiliation. "You didn't die," he says. "You didn't lose the ring. You got tailed, but you noticed improvement." You chew. "What now?" "Now," he says, "we go to church." You blink. "To confess?" He smirks. "To study." The church is vast, cool, smells like old stone and incense. You're seated in a pew with strict instructions. Memorize every face, every sound, every entrance and exit. Do not speak. Do not move. If someone sits beside you, nod. If they whisper, listen. An old man does sit beside you. He whispers something about tax records and figs. You nod. Slowly. A baby cries. A bell rings. The door creaks exactly 3 times. Later, Matteo quizzes you. How many guards? 3. Which hand did the priest use to bless the merchant? Left. Who tied their sandal too tight? You hesitate. The boy with the lopsided hat? Good, he says. You're starting to see. That night, you fall asleep thinking of footsteps, shadows, and the weight of that stolen ring. You didn't vanish. Not completely. But for the first time, someone looked for you and didn't find you. Maybe you're learning. The sun hasn't even finished waking up when Matteo throws open the barn door and announces, "Time for politics." You groan into the hay, not ready to learn about medieval tax systems or which duke recently insulted which bishop's hat. But Matteo grins, like this is the highlight of your assassin education. An assassin who doesn't understand the power structure, he says, is just a knife with legs. You're not entirely sure what that means, but he hands you a tunic that actually fits, a brush to tame your hair, briefly, and a scroll full of names you absolutely will not remember. Then you follow him through the winding alleys to one of the city's more respectable taverns, meaning fewer chickens indoors and at least one clean spoon. Inside, the air buzzes with whispers. This is where deals are made, not with gold or blood, but with information. Your job? Listen. You slide into a corner seat. Matteo disappears into the crowd with ease, already laughing with someone who looks like he collects secrets for a living. A man at the next table mutters about grain shipments. Another curses a rival family for stealing all the decent musicians. And a third, younger and fidgety, says something about the mask arriving tonight. Interesting. You lean in, careful not to seem interested. That's the trick. Act like you already know the gossip, and people will assume you're in the loop. Historians still debate how much of Renaissance-era intelligence came from actual spies versus bored bakers with good hearing. Some evidence suggests guilds kept informal networks. Barbers, bath attendants, even gravediggers, who reported what they overheard in exchange for favors or fermented cabbage. You sip something that might be cider or might be soup. It's best not to ask. The fidgety man drops a name, Lorenzo della Quercia. You write it down in your mind. Then he adds, the falcon flies backward. Okay, now we're in riddle territory. Matteo rejoins you. What did you catch? You tell him. He nods. Good. Falcon's a code. Means a meeting. Backward means tonight instead of next week. You blink. You understood that? He shrugs. Takes time. Also, I made some of it up. The important part is knowing how to listen. He leads you outside, into the twisting streets of the Scholars' Quarter. You pass a wall scribbled with symbols, chalk marks, arrows, strange initials, messages. Matteo explains. Some of them centuries old, most of them nonsense, but a few, warnings, directions, who to trust. You make note of a triangle with a dot in the center. That one means the fishmonger lies. You stare. Seriously, that evening, you're dressed in dark clothes and perched in a bell tower, peering down at the square. Matteo is somewhere below. Your job, Observe a meeting without being seen. The falcon flies backward tonight. Below, a few figures converge. Hooded, quick movements. Hands clasped briefly. Scrolls exchanged. You lean forward, just enough to catch the glint of a silver ring. One of the men is your courier from earlier, the one you tailed on the rooftops. Small world, or small guild. Then, something moves behind you. You freeze. It's Livia. She says nothing, just watches you, then nods toward the group below. You see the one on the left? She whispers. You nod. Wrong shoes. Not from here. You squint. She's right. His soles are too clean. Boots polished like a diplomat. Not a local. Possibly not even a man who should be in this part of the city. Livia vanishes before you can thank her. Naturally, historians still argue whether these kinds of nighttime meetings were formal rituals or just a convenient time to pass notes without bumping into nosy nuns. What is clear? Knowing who should be somewhere was as useful as knowing who shouldn't. You sketch what you saw, climbing down in silence. Matteo waits near a bakery, warming his hands over the oven vent. Well? He asks. You hand him the notes. He glances over them, nods. You miss the dog. You blink. What dog? The one sniffing every corner. Guild dog, trained to detect hidden compartments in shoes. You gape. Matteo grins. You'll get there. You walk home under stars that flicker like slow thoughts. It wasn't combat. Wasn't poison. Wasn't even a rooftop chase. But today, you read the city. And the city, surprisingly, read back. You don't wake up so much as regain consciousness. It's well past dawn. Your limbs are jelly, your brain is porridge, and someone has, very generously, placed a half-eaten carrot on your chest. You stare at it. It stares back. Probably the goat again. Matteo is nowhere to be seen. Instead, a note pinned to the barn door reads, Meet me at the tannery. Bring your least favorite shoes. You sigh? Because that's never a good sign. The tannery is exactly as horrible as you remember. Hot, wet, pungent, and run by a man named Bruno, who once tried to sell you a pair of gloves made from extremely unlucky pig. You find Matteo inside, sitting on a crate, eating an apple like he's immune to the stench. Today's lesson, he says, is about disguise. You were hoping for something less moist. Matteo tosses you a bundle of clothing. It's rough, patched, and smells like damp dog. Congratulations, you're now a traveling linen seller with gout. Make it believable. You change behind a curtain, muttering the entire time. When you emerge, Matteo frowns, adjusts your collar, smears a bit of charcoal on your cheek, and hands you a walking stick. You limp now, everywhere, consistently. He explains the assignment. Enter the guild hall, posing as someone delivering fabric samples. Slip into the archive room. Copy a specific document. Leave without anyone realizing you don't actually sell anything except confusion. Easy. Except your gout limp keeps switching legs. And your voice, when asked about linen, veers between nervous butcher and French poet in crisis. Still, you reach the guild hall without incident. The guards glance at your sack of rolled cloth and wave you through. Inside, the building is cool, marbled, and humming with quiet conversation. You feel wildly out of place. You ask for the steward of textile affairs. They send you down a long corridor. where tapestries depict various saints judging you silently. You remember Matteo's words, "Confidence is a disguise in itself. Wear it like socks." You knock. A bored man opens the door. "Samples," you say, lifting the cloth. He grunts. "Put them there. Steward's out." Perfect. You place the rolls down and shuffle toward the back, limping like your knees are full of bees. You spot the archives. Door slightly ajar. Candles lit inside. You slip in. Rows of shelves. Scrolls tied in ribbons. Smell of wax and dust. The target. A small black-bound ledger labeled Weights and Packs, North Quarter. You find it. You pull out your quill. Copy the relevant page as fast as your hands allow. It's mostly lists, names, trade agreements, an unusual footnote about fish barrel allocations. You stifle a laugh. Then, a noise. Someone entering. You freeze. Hide behind the shelf. A young clerk ambles in, humming, flipping through scrolls. You crouch lower, one knee protesting loudly. "Please don't sneeze. Please don't breathe. Please don't die here," dressed as a linen fraud. The clerk yawns and leaves. You wait 3 more breaths, then escape. Limp back through the hallway, past judging saints, and out the front door. No one stops you. Outside, Matteo waits in an alley. Did you stay in character? You hold up the copied page and say, "I'm still limping." He nods. "Not bad." You exhale deeply, but the day isn't done. Next stop, the bathhouse. You raise an eyebrow. "Not for relaxation." Matteo clarifies. "Information." Naked gossip travels faster than dressed gossip. Quirky fact. In many medieval cities, public bathhouses were hubs of information. People spoke freely, assuming steam somehow protected secrets. It did not. In Florence, there were even designated listeners hired by merchant families to soak and spy. You enter, wrapped in a borrowed towel, trying very hard not to make eye contact with anyone's anything. Matteo points out 2 men whispering near the hot pool. They talk every Tuesday. See what you catch. You slide into the water nearby, feigning exhaustion. The trick is to close your eyes and let your ears do the work. Shipment delayed again. The new ledger says she's hiding funds. I told you the soap was cursed. Useful, confusing, and mildly hilarious. Later, as you dry off, Matteo reviews your notes. You missed the part about the false ledger, he says, but you caught the cursed soap. That counts. You walk home barefoot, because your shoes now belong to Bruno in some sort of barter you didn't fully understand. As you collapse into your corner of the barn, you realize, today, you were someone else. Convincingly, even, and nobody died. Not even you. You wake up to the sound of snickering. 3 children are peeking through the barn slats, watching you drool on your own arm. One of them whispers, "He's the cabbage foot guy." Great. Your legend grows. Outside, Matteo is sitting cross-legged, balancing a knife on his fingertip and looking far too smug for someone who thinks apples are a valid mail system. When you approach, he nods at the sky. Good weather for shame. You sigh. What are we doing today? He tosses you a bundle of cloth. Gray, tattered, vaguely scented like sadness. Today, you learn about reputation. You squint. Isn't that more for nobles? Matteo shakes his head. Everyone has a reputation. Even assassins. Especially assassins. You want fear? Earn it. You want silence when you enter a room? Build it. And apparently, you start by ruining it first. Your assignment is to infiltrate a group of lower-rank assassins, wannabes, gossipers, self-taught dagger collectors, and survive a conversation without revealing who you really are. Pretend to be someone else. A butcher, a sailor, a mercenary from too far east with too few teeth. You're told to blend in. So you do what anyone trying to blend in does. You pick a fake name, Milo, a fake injury, missing toe, and a fake job, apprentice leech collector. Mateo approves. You head to the meeting spot, a crumbling courtyard behind a tavern where moss grows in all the right places and secrets cling to every corner. The other initiates are already there. Half a dozen young faces, nervous and trying very hard not to show it. You walk in like you own the alley. Name? One of them asks, arms crossed. Milo, you say. Leeches. They all blink. Right, says the leader. Well, we were discussing escape plans. If, you bungle something, you nod solemnly, like a man who has definitely escaped more than 3 times and never accidentally fallen into a vat of soup. They discuss ropes, barrels, tunnels beneath the butcher shop. You nod, offer a few suggestions, mention that pigs will happily ignore you if you walk backward and hum Ave Maria. No one questions it. You're starting to believe it yourself. Then someone mentions Mateo. Oh, that guy? You say, too quickly. He smells like fennel and betrayal. They laugh. You're in. For now. The conversation shifts to rumors. That the guild has a secret handshake. False. That Mateo once stabbed a man for sneezing. Mostly false. That there's a cursed ring circulating among the newer members. Debatable. You nod. Listen. Store it all. One of them, Mina, is sharp, watchful. Her eyes linger on you longer than the others. You said you're from Siena? She asks. You nod. What's the best inn there? You blink. She's testing you. The Crooked Hen, good soup, bad floors. She narrows her eyes, smiles. Fair enough. Historians still argue whether secret guilds actually used false identities this often, or if it's a romanticized fiction. Some records hint at code names, alter egos, even entire backstories for individual jobs. One infamous case involved an assassin posing as a monk for 5 years just to serve someone soup laced with poppy seed oil. You stay with the group for an hour. Pick up 5 rumors. Spot 2 concealed weapons. Hear 1 genuinely haunting love poem. And then Mateo calls you back with a faint whistle. Like a bird. A very bored, judgmental bird. You survived, he says. Barely. Did you lie? Constantly. Did they believe you? You nod. They even liked me. He grins. That's dangerous. That night, Mateo introduces a new concept. Weapon reputation. He lays out 5 knives. This one, he says, was used by a clumsy man. People stopped fearing it. This one, sleek, quiet, belonged to someone they never saw coming. He hands you the ugliest blade on the table. This is yours. You stare. Why? Because no one will expect it. You're still learning, but make this blade feared, and you won't need the pretty ones. You nod slowly. Later, you carve a pattern into the hilt. Just a small mark, a triangle, like the chalk symbol near the fishmonger. No one else has to know what it means. Yet, You fall asleep, thinking of names that aren't yours, knives that no one respects, and the quiet power of being the least expected threat in the room. Your reputation starts small, but so does every avalanche. The morning mist clings to the cobblestones like a reluctant ghost. You pull your cloak tighter and step out of the barn, ready for the day, or at least ready to be yelled at by Mateo. Either way, you've accepted your fate. Mateo isn't waiting in the usual spot. Instead, you find a note pinned to the tree with your ugly dagger. It simply reads, "Wrong man, wrong day, wrong everything. Meet me at the monastery. M." You read it 3 times, then check your boots to make sure you're not already dreaming. When you arrive at the monastery, the gates are open and the smell of boiled cabbage hangs heavy in the air. Monks chant faintly in the distance. Birds trill. It's almost peaceful, until Mateo waves you over with a scowl and a folded parchment. "You nearly killed a monk," he says. You blink. What? The man you shadowed yesterday? Not the target. Not even close. That was Brother Paolo. He teaches embroidery and doesn't deserve your weird looks. You flush. In my defense, he was moving very sneakily. Mateo sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose, and hands you the parchment. It's a sketch, badly drawn, possibly by Mateo himself. You can tell because the subject appears to have 3 noses and a surprisingly detailed hat. "New target," he says. "Let's try again, carefully." The assignment is to observe a man named Leontius, possibly a smuggler. Definitely shady. You are to follow him. Take note of where he goes, whom he talks to, and under no circumstances are you to make eye contact, wave, or offer him leech advice. You nod. Simple. Narrator voice. It was not simple. Leontius walks like a man trying not to be noticed, which makes him very noticeable. He darts through alleys, cuts across plazas, ducks into butcher shops, emerges from bakeries, and at one point seems to vanish into a fish stall and reappear 2 blocks away next to a nun with suspiciously fast legs. You follow. Kind of. You also bump into a beggar, drop your parchment, step on a flute-playing child's instrument. To be fair, the tune was annoying. And briefly disguise yourself as a chimney sweep to escape a very confused donkey. You're not great at this. Eventually, you lose him entirely. You stop at a fountain, breathe deeply, and start retracing your steps. Then, miracle of miracles, you see the hat. Leontius is sitting at a wine cart, talking to a man with an extremely sharp nose. You duck behind a barrel. Listen. The 3rd crate arrives tonight, under the oranges. You scribble that down. Then your elbow knocks the barrel, which knocks a smaller barrel, which knocks over a jug of olives, which spill across the cobbles like slippery regrets. Everyone looks up, including Leontius. You freeze. He frowns, squints, starts walking toward you. You do the only reasonable thing. Yell, "Free grapes!" and run. Historians still debate whether panicked improvisation ever saved real spies. One anecdote from Bruges describes a would-be assassin yelling, "I'm a goose," and leaping into a canal. He was never seen again. Or perhaps the goose was very convincing. You dash through the crowd, cloak flapping, parchment clenched in one hand, dignity trailing far behind. Leontius gives chase, briefly, but is distracted by a man yelling about salted lemons. You find Mateo at the usual rooftop, munching walnuts like he's watching a comedy show. I may have been seen, you say. I assumed, he replies. You hand him the parchment with your notes. He reads, nods. At least it's the right man this time. Good hat detail. That evening, he brings you to a quiet garden behind the monastery. Candles flicker in alcoves. It's calm, peaceful. Time for reflection. Matteo says. You sit on a stone bench and review what you've learned. Faces, places, habits. You replay the chase, the spilled olives, the smell of salted lemons. Matteo asks, did you panic? You think, no. You say, I adapted. He smiles. That's all it takes sometimes. Waster. Quirky detail. Many medieval intelligence groups kept failure journals. Not just records of successes, but logs of what went wrong. What sounds alerted guards. What lies didn't land. Which disguises triggered suspicion. Some of these journals survive, full of ink blots, sarcasm, and the occasional doodle of a cow labeled not helpful. You decide to start one. Before sleep, you scrawl your first entry. Mission, Leontius. Success, 60%. Lesson, watch your elbows. Olives are treacherous. It's not poetry, but it's honest. The rooster crows far too close to your head. You swat at it blindly, miss, and end up smacking yourself in the ear. It's not even dawn. Matteo, for once, is not the one who wakes you. Instead, you find a stone. Yes, a stone, with a scrap of paper tied around it, resting gently on your stomach like a tiny passive-aggressive boulder. The note reads, tonight is your first real job. Stay awake. No soup. That's it? No details? No location? Just a vague threat and an implied ban on broth. You spend the day anxious and bored. A terrible combination. You sharpen your ugly dagger, then immediately dull it again by dropping it in the dirt. You try on all three of your disguises. Leech collector, silent monk, goat inspector. None seem quite right. You walk to the market, buy an apple, eat it too fast, regret it, by sundown. Matteo appears. He says nothing until you've been walking for 5 minutes through a maze of alleys, side streets, and one very disrespectful laundry line. Then, tonight, we watch the back gate. A message is being delivered. You intercept it, quietly. No mistakes. You nod. What's the message? No idea. Don't open it. That's how you get hexed. Great. He stops at an abandoned stable and points to the roof. Your perch. Wait there until the runner arrives. Take the message. Do not be seen. And try. Just this once. Not to fall asleep. You climb. The roof is sloped and uncomfortable, and the tiles smell faintly of cooked radish. The hours tick by slowly. The city murmurs below. Laughter. Footsteps. A lute played slightly out of tune. Somewhere, a couple argues in rhyme. Time stretches like bad cheese. You almost nod off. Almost. But a flicker of motion in the alley catches your eye. A cloaked figure. Short. Fast. Head down. The runner. You lean forward. Balance. Breathe. He darts toward the gate. Checks his surroundings. You slip down silently, moving like a very determined fog. Your feet barely whisper across the dirt. He reaches for the gate's crack. You're already there. You grab his wrist, twist, and in one smooth motion, relieve him of the scroll. He yelps, starts to bolt, but stops when he sees your dagger. Ugly, glinting, a little too close. Message, you say. He hesitates. You hiss. I'll give it back. He squints. Why? You blink. Because I collect messages. He runs. You don't chase him. The scroll is yours, still sealed. No blood, no shouting. You even remembered not to trip. You return to Mateo, scroll in hand. He takes it, inspects the seal. You didn't open it? No. Good. If you had, your teeth would be covered in warts by sunrise. That's a decoy glyph, popular with paranoid monks. You stare. He shrugs. Still probably fake, but why risk it? He pockets the scroll and leads you to a rooftop. You both sit and eat bread that tastes like chalk. Stars stretch above you, cold and far away. You stayed awake, he says, barely. Welcome to night work. Historians still argue how much of early intelligence work relied on midnight runners versus coded letters hidden in more creative places. One Venetian account tells of a note sewn inside a chicken's leg. Another describes a message carved into a loaf of soap. Both stories end with someone being very confused at bath time. You think of the runner's face. Young, scared, determined. You could have heard him. You didn't. You tell Mateo. He nods. Control. More important than speed or strength. Then he adds, but next time, if they fight, trip them. You're good at that. You stare. He grins. You walk back slowly, the city sleeping around you, your own body begging to do the same. You make it halfway through removing your boots before collapsing into the hay. The rooster returns around dawn. It stands on your chest like it owns the place. You don't swat it this time. You're too tired. You are, quite literally, too tired to function. At breakfast, you mistake a radish for soap. You nearly lace your own boot with candle wax. Mateo doesn't even mock you. He just hands you a cup of something steaming and says, sip, don't question. It tastes like licorice and something that once bit a goat. Today, he says, you learn the code. You perk up, finally. Something with structure, rules, patterns. Then Mateo adds, you won't understand it. That's the point. Fantastic. He leads you to the guild house's inner courtyard, where a series of strange symbols have been chalked onto the flagstones. Lines, loops, dots, and a few squiggles that might just be stylized snakes or someone getting creative with boredom. This, he explains, is what we call whispers on stone. It's not a proper language. It's improv with consequences. You blink. So, gibberish? Gibberish that kills? Yes. Your assignment is to read 3 messages left by other apprentices. Decipher what you can. Respond in kind. If your reply makes sense, you'll know by dinner. If not, well, you'll also know by dinner. You stare at the first set of markings. It reads, you're 90% sure it's not a cat's scratchings. Mateo leans in. That means deliver before sunset, West Gate. No bread involved. You blink again. What does the triangle mean? He says, probably don't get caught. Or beware the one-eyed guard. Or it's a reminder to stretch. It varies. Historians still argue whether secret guilds ever had formalized code systems or simply made things up as they went. Some fragments found on 14th century walls suggest real cipher alphabets, while others are just Kilroy was here equivalents, doodled by lonely apprentices with too much chalk. You try to write a reply. Mateo reads it. You just told someone to milk a goat in front of the bishop. You sigh. He claps your shoulder. Don't worry. The bishop is very progressive. You move on to the second message. This one involves 4 dots, a sideways crown, and what looks like a sad turtle. Wedding, Mateo says, or betrayal. Depending on the turtle's mood, you stare. How do you live like this? He shrugs. We adapt. You try again. This time, your response includes a triangle inside a circle, which Mateo raises an eyebrow at. Interesting could mean agreed, could also mean I'm stuck in a barrel. You accept either. The third message is a mess, half erased, trampled by boots, and lightly smeared with what may or may not be jam. You tilt your head, squint, catch a hint of looped script and a double dash. You guess, beware the man with the feather on Tuesdays. Mateo nods. Close enough. Also works as life advice. Later, he hands you a candle stub with 3 notches carved into its side. This, he says, is the real message. You stare. What? What does it say? It says, Mateo replies, wait until the second bell after dusk, then light this. When it burns past the 3rd notch, enter the door marked with red string. Or don't. Depends how brave you're feeling. This is code in object form. You're overwhelmed. Quirky fact. Renaissance guilds often used mundane items as signaling tools. A twisted ribbon meant a meeting. A mismatched shoe outside a door meant danger. One infamous court case describes a noblewoman hiding poison instructions inside a bundle of lavender, each stalk corresponding to a letter. Your candle is basic compared to lavender conspiracies, but it still fills you with dread. By evening, you're posted outside a baker's cellar, candle in hand, watching the sun slump lazily toward the horizon. The bells ring. 1, 2. You light it. The wax begins to melt slowly, dripping like nervous sweat. Notch 1 disappears, then 2. You wait, back pressed to the alley wall, eyes scanning for red string. It's there, tied around a nail beside a crooked door. The 3rd notch melts. You breathe in, out, then enter. The room is empty, except for a table with 3 scrolls and a note. Choose only one. Burn the rest. Return before midnight. You stare. Scroll 1 is marked with a triangle. 2 with a circle. 3. Nothing. You pick the 3rd. Burn the others. On your way out, a black cat crosses your path, carrying a beetle in its mouth. It stops, looks at you, and nods. You nod back. Back at the barn, Mateo opens your scroll, reads, smiles. You chose correctly, he says. What did the others say? One was a list of bad soup vendors. The other was a trap. You picked the mystery. Did I win? He shrugs. You didn't die. Fair. You collapse into the hay, brain full of shapes, wax, and cats that may be spies. No soup tonight. Just sleep. You wake to rain on the roof. Soft, rhythmic, oddly calming. For one brief moment, you imagine that you've been promoted to a job that involves sitting indoors, drinking tea, and quietly judging nobles from a safe distance. But then Mateo kicks open the barn door and ruins everything. Get up, he says. Today, we climb things we shouldn't. You groan. Like ambition? No. Balconies. He tosses you a coiled rope, a grappling hook that looks like it was made by a blacksmith in a hurry, and a map drawn on the back of an old pie recipe. Your mission is equal parts absurd and specific. Scale the outer wall of the West Side Manor. Climb onto the third balcony, not the second. Enter the room without waking the guard dog, and retrieve a pouch hanging from the bedpost. You're not told what's inside. Could be gold, Mateo says. Could be onions. Either way, don't drop it. You set off in the drizzle, heart pounding. The manor looms in the mist like a rich person's bad decision, tall, smug, flanked by hedges trimmed so precisely they might report you to the guards. You make your way to the rear garden, avoiding lanterns and two very bored sentries playing dice. Rain helps. Footsteps are muffled, windows fogged, your boots squish, your cloak clings, and your grappling hook? Well, it misses twice. Third time's the charm. It catches the edge of the balcony with a satisfying clink. And you begin to climb, hand over hand, rope slippery, teeth clenched. Midway up, your left boot slips. You dangle. A gargoyle glares at you from the corner of the roof, as if to say, "Why are you like this?" You reach the balcony just as your arms start to vibrate. You haul yourself over the ledge, breathing heavily, rain dripping from your nose. The door is cracked open. You peer inside. A man sleeps soundly in the bed. The pouch hangs near his head. And on the rug below, a dog. Not just any dog. A huge dog. The kind of dog that looks like it pays taxes and has opinions about fencing. It's snoring. You freeze. You step lightly, toes curled. Each movement measured like a monk carrying soup across a tightrope. Halfway across the room, the floor creaks. The dog snorts. Its ear twitches. You stop breathing. Historians still argue whether assassins carried sleeping powders for animals, or whether most simply avoided dogs altogether. Some texts mention bacon soaked in valerian root. Others suggest making peace with your maker first. You don't have bacon. You do have a single boiled egg. Mateo insisted you pack one. For energy, he'd said, or perhaps as a bribe. You lower the egg gently. The dog wakes, sniffs, and begins chewing with all the grace of a pig in a hat. You grab the pouch. No barking. No growling. You back away. Then your cloak snags on the bedpost. The man stirs. You slip through the balcony door, rehook your rope, and descend as quickly and quietly as you can, which is to say, like a slightly graceful sack of potatoes. You hit the ground. Run. By the time you reach the barn, you're soaked, scraped, and victorious. Mateo sits by the fire, eating the rest of your egg. He looks up. Well? You toss him the pouch. He opens it. Inside, 3 dried figs and a silver comb. You blink. This was the job? He nods. Those figs are impossible to find this season, and that's Lady Varenza's comb. She'll want it back. Wait, this was her room? She commissioned the job herself. You stare. So I just burgled a noblewoman for her? Mateo grins. Welcome to client work, quirky detail. In many medieval cities, nobles quietly hired members of assassin guilds to retrieve sensitive items, love letters, scandalous trinkets, stolen pets. It was considered classier than sending servants, and far more deniable if things went wrong. You dry off, hang your cloak, and sit by the fire. You climbed well, Mateo says. Didn't fall, didn't bark, got the pouch. He hands you a fig. You eat it. It's chewy, sweet, absurdly underwhelming. Next time, he says, we go higher. You groan, but part of you is smiling. You're still sore from last night's balcony ballet when Matteo wakes you by throwing a lemon at your head. Pack light, he says. We're leaving the city. You sit up, hair matted, eyes crusted, half a dream about fig-smuggling nobles still playing in your brain. Leaving. Why? Because today, you learn about exit plans. He tosses you a satchel. Inside, 2 stale rolls, a flask of vinegar water, and a bundle of clothes even less flattering than usual. You begin walking before sunrise. Taking back roads and goat paths, Matteo seems to know by instinct. The city shrinks behind you, replaced by olive groves, dry fields, and the occasional hilltop that seems to judge your cardio performance. After 2 hours, you reach a broken-down mill near the river. Welcome, Matteo says, to one of the many places we don't live. You blink. Come again? Safe houses, he says. We scatter them. Abandoned inns, ruined towers, even the odd wine cellar. Never sleep in the same place twice if someone's hunting you. He leads you inside. The mill is dusty, dim, full of cobwebs and rusted tools. A few supplies are hidden under a loose floorboard, dried fruit, coins, 2 cloaks, and a knife so blunt it might just be a spoon with ambitions. Your job today is simple. Make it livable. Quietly. Quickly. You sweep. Patch a crack in the wall with your cloak. Reinforce the door with old barrels. Matteo nods approvingly. Then he lights a small lantern and says, Now burn it. What? Not the whole thing? Just the entrance? Make it look abandoned again. We don't want anyone thinking someone stayed here. You light a corner of the door frame. Smoke curls up. You douse it before it spreads. Good, he says. Now we vanish. You head for a nearby village. You're to pose as traveling spice sellers. Why spices, you ask? Because it's harder to track the scent of a lie if it smells like cinnamon. Quirky detail. Many historical agents, real and rumored, use traveling trades as covers. Spice sellers, puppeteers, wandering scribes. The goods were secondary to the freedom of movement. You enter the village with a basket of dried herbs and a practiced limp. Matteo pretends to be mute. You do all the talking. You approach the tavern. Order a drink. The innkeeper asks where you're from. North, you say. Where in the north? Where the goats sneeze. He pauses, then nods. Apparently, that's a place. Later, in the village square. A local baker eyes your basket and trades you 2 hard rolls for a pouch of what she thinks is oregano. Matteo mouths. That was moss. You shrug. We're learning. Then things go sideways. You spot a familiar face. One of the junior informants from the city. His name escapes you, but his crooked nose doesn't. He scans the crowd like he's chasing whispers. Matteo leans in. We test your exit plan. Now, you dart into the alley behind the baker's, pull your hood up, cut across a pig pen. Sorry, pigs. And vanish through a garden gate. You find a cart with hay and slide underneath. You hold your breath. The cart creaks. The pigs complain. You wait. 5 minutes. 10. Then a knock on the wood above you. It's Matteo. You're learning, he says. Still too loud, but you're learning. You walk back by moonlight. returning to the outskirts of the city. Your feet ache. Your hair smells like pigs and moss, and your hands are full of crumbs from all the fake oregano you crushed by accident. Exit plans, Mateo says, are the difference between a professional and a folk tale. What's the difference? The professional walks away. The folk tale gets sung about, badly, usually with a lute. You rest that night in a dry barn you didn't know existed. Mateo locks the door from the inside and wedges a chair under the handle. You fall asleep to the sound of wind rustling the straw, the distant yip of a fox, and Mateo softly snoring. The city may forget your name, but the safe house remembers. It begins, as all good mistakes do, with overconfidence. You're back in the city now, boots patched, cloak dried, ego mildly inflated from your recent successful escape. Mateo meets you at dawn with something that almost resembles praise. Today, you're not shadowing, you're doing. You blink. Doing what? A message drop? Small coin purse. Minor delivery. Couldn't be simpler. You immediately suspect this means something will explode. The instructions are minimal. Deliver the pouch to a man wearing a red feather at the baths. Do not talk. Do not linger. Do not drop it in the water again. Last time wasn't my fault, you mutter. Last time, Mateo says, you dropped it into the hands of the mayor's cousin, who was naked and allergic to silver. You set off through the city with your cloak drawn low. The pouch is hidden in your belt. You pass the usual characters. The woman who sells suspicious cheese. The boy who paints fake saints on walls. The man who yells about soup like it's a prophecy. At the baths, steam curls into the morning air like warm secrets. You scan the crowd. Men in robes. Women in veils. Everyone sweating and pretending they're here for hygiene and not information. Then you see him, Red Feather, lounging near the edge of a pool. Eating grapes like betrayal is a midday snack. You approach. Casual, calculated. You drop the pouch beside his sandal, nod once, and turn to leave. Too easy. You're 5 steps away when someone grabs your elbow. A firm grip, not aggressive, just knowing. You're early, the man says. You turn. It's a different man. No feather, just sharp eyes and sharper cheekbones. He glances at the pouch, then at you, then at the man with the feather. Interesting, he says. You freeze. I think, he continues, you've just delivered the guild silver to a beggar in a costume. You glance back. The man with the feather is gone. Just an impression in the steam and a few crushed grapes. You've been tricked. The sharp-cheeked man sighs. Let's walk. You follow him into the dressing room, heart pounding. He shuts the door, leans back, crosses his arms. Mateo's apprentice, he says. I should have guessed. He trains them like eggs. Crack easily, but oddly nutritious. You're not sure whether to feel insulted or inspired. He tosses you a folded piece of parchment. This was your delivery. You gave the silver to a decoy, which means someone now has money they shouldn't. That's fine. It happens. You squint. It does? He smirks. Once? Maybe twice? He explains. The pouch was a test. Your test. A fake job within a fake job. The man with the feather? A hired distraction? The real delivery is the parchment. You weren't supposed to know that. Now you do. Historians still argue whether guilds tested their initiates this way. layering deception over deception like a lasagna of lies. Some memoirs hint at these triple-blind tasks. Others dismiss them as apprentice gossip gone feral. You read the parchment. It's a name. Yours. Followed by a single line. Approved for assignment. Field ready. Suggest weapon upgrade. You look up. So, I passed? The man nods. Barely. But yes. Back at the barn. Mateo is already waiting. You toss him the empty pouch. You could have told me. He shrugs. And ruined the lesson? You sit beside him. For once. No lectures. No riddles. Just the two of you. Sharing a crust of bread. And the kind of silence only earned through chaos. Then he hands you something wrapped in cloth. You unwrap it. A new dagger. Still ugly. But better. Balanced. Honest steel. No more pretending, he says. Your next job won't be practice. You nod. That night, you sit alone by the small window. The city hums. Somewhere below, someone's arguing about the moon. You grip your new blade and feel, what? Not ready, but real. And now, under this slow, watchful sky, the day quiets. Your heartbeat softens. The dagger rests gently beside you, not as a threat, but as a symbol of progress, of patience, of finally beginning to understand the rhythm of shadows. The city's noises fade into a distant hush. The warmth of the barn wraps around you like an old friend. Rain begins again, tapping the roof in a slow, deliberate cadence. Not frantic, just there. Like a lullaby, whispered by the weather, you close your eyes, not to block out the world, but to better feel its softer corners, the hay beneath your shoulder blades, the faint scent of dust and oil, the slow rising and falling of your own breath. Your story, messy as it is, continues. But for now, it pauses. No missions, no tests, no figs to steal or couriers to chase. Just sleep. Let your thoughts drift like candle smoke, curling through alleys and over rooftops. Far from danger, far from plans. There's no need to hold on to anything right now. Let it all go. And when morning comes, you'll wake. Stronger, quieter, and with slightly better footwear. Good night, apprentice. We're wandering into the heart of a sleepy medieval village, just as a rare ripple of excitement rolls through the muddy streets. A wedding is coming. Chickens flap nervously from one side of the square to the other. Carts creak past with suspiciously damp hay. And somewhere in the distance, someone's yelling about cheese again. You're not here as a guest of honor. No, you're just passing through. Mud on your boots, sleep in your eyes, and something that smells a bit like fermented cabbage clinging to your tunic. But even so, the wedding buzz pulls you in, the way any good village scandal or celebration does. There's laughter, rumors, and the vague promise of turnips. You lean against a crooked fence as the news spreads. The cooper's daughter. Yes, the one with the impressive freckles and a terrifyingly efficient way of gutting trout, is to be married by week's end. Her father is practically puffed up like a turkey. And the groom, a soft-spoken weaver's apprentice, is already regretting everything and hasn't even put on the ceremonial belt yet. It's not a grand affair. This is not courtly romance with silk gowns and troubadours. This is rural, mud-soaked, turnip-fed celebration. It's the kind of event where someone's cousin will definitely fall into a pig pen. Someone else will propose mid-toast, and everyone will argue over who gets to eat the crispy part of the goose. You're just in time for the preparations. The villagers have begun what might generously be called a planning phase. Though it mostly involves shouting across courtyards and misplacing sacks of barley, a few boys are tasked with clearing the church path, which essentially means kicking mud into more organized piles. The blacksmith's wife starts assembling wildflowers into lopsided garlands. A dog has already peed on 2 of them. Even at this early stage, one thing is obvious. You probably wouldn't survive this wedding. Not because it's dangerous, though the mead has been known to blind a man, but because it's long. You follow a group of giggling children toward the town square. They're watching 2 old men argue over whether the wedding banns should be read aloud by the priest or just shouted by the baker's apprentice. "He's got a nice voice," someone says, "but he spits when he speaks." Someone else counters. Decisions. Decisions. Historically speaking, medieval village weddings like this weren't always legally binding in the way we think of today. Church recognition was ideal, sure, but often, if a couple declared their intent and got the nod from local elders, that was enough. Historians still argue whether informal vows said before witnesses were just as legitimate as those done in Latin before a priest. One thing's for certain. People cared more about community consensus than paperwork. The bride's mother is already fussing. She's trying to wrangle a goose feather into a hair accessory while muttering about weather omens and mold on the cheese wheel. The groom's family, meanwhile, is attempting to carry a large barrel of ale into the weaver's barn for safekeeping, which you quickly realize means they plan to test it thoroughly for quality control. Of course, around you, the smells of damp wool, baking bread, and livestock stew swirl together in what might be described as a rustic perfume. Somewhere nearby, a fiddle squeals a few sour notes as the village's only musician tunes up using the side of a cart for balance. He's missing 3 strings and most of his patience. It's not all chaos, though. There's a strange, sleepy rhythm to it. People know what to do, even if they grumble. Aunties collect herbs. Children chase chickens. The smith begins sharpening his best spoon, because presentation matters. As dusk falls, a soft fog rolls in across the meadows. You spot the bride-to-be, sneaking away from her chores to sit by the stream. She picks petals off a wilted daisy, expression unreadable. You wonder, for a moment, what's going through her mind? Excitement? Fear? Or just mild annoyance that she'll have to share her favorite soup bowl from now on? You don't interrupt, just sit a ways off, listening to the distant sounds of preparation, the clatter of mugs, and the occasional shriek as someone discovers the pig has eaten the guest list. It's going to be a long week, and you'll be part of every strange, hilarious, oddly charming moment. By the next morning, the mood in the village has shifted. There's a kind of cautious energy in the air, like when you know a storm might come, but hope it waits until after supper. Today is the day for matchmaking politics, otherwise known as deciding who's actually getting married and why. You wake up with hay in your hair and a vague memory of sleeping beside a chicken coop. The rooster, who seems personally offended by your existence, greets you with all the subtlety of a war trumpet. You stretch, groan, and wander toward the market square where the council of concerned relatives has already begun what they call negotiations. though it mostly looks like a small shouting competition next to a goat. In medieval rural life, marriage wasn't always about love. You're shocked. I know. It was often an economic arrangement between families, a strategy to combine livestock, tools, or grazing rights. The bride and groom's feelings were politely ignored, or, more often, considered charmingly irrelevant. You sidle up to a circle of elders seated on wobbly stools. One of them is dramatically unrolling a scroll, which turns out to be a faded shopping list. But the gesture is what matters. The bride's father is standing with arms crossed, flanked by two uncles who keep nodding at everything he says, like synchronized parrots. Opposite them, the groom's mother has arrived with a wheel of cheese under one arm and her youngest child clinging to her leg like an accessory. As you listen, it becomes clear that everyone is haggling over more than just people. The groom's family has offered a dowry that includes 2 goats, one with a limp but very friendly, a barrel of dried apples, a leather belt of undeniable craftsmanship, and something mysteriously referred to as the good blanket. The bride's family counters with a demand for an additional hen that lays unusually round eggs and a promise that the groom won't sing during meals. This last clause sparks spirited debate, as the groom insists his singing is a gift from the Lord. His cousin disagrees, visibly. This kind of bartering wasn't unusual. Historians still argue whether these informal, object-based dowry exchanges carried legal weight across different regions. But what's clear is that the transactions often involved animals, fabric, ale, and even permission to use someone's tools or oven. Meanwhile, in the background, a goat loudly inserts itself into the conversation by nibbling on a corner of the cheese. No one stops it. You get the sense that in this village, the goat might actually have voting power. You glance at the couple-to-be. The bride is quietly talking with her friend by the well, looking only moderately resigned. The groom is attempting to look useful by stacking logs that don't need stacking. They barely speak to each other, but when they lock eyes briefly across the square, there's a soft, awkward smile. Maybe not love, but perhaps something like curiosity. A small boy, barefoot and half covered in flour, is sent to deliver the final agreement to the priest. He takes the message and promptly eats it. Another is dispatched, this time with strict instructions to just repeat it out loud and don't chew. And there it is. The match is made. The bride will bring her bread paddle into the marriage, a prized item in these parts. The groom brings his weaver's stool. They'll set up house in the shed behind the cooper's shop and share walls with a woman who raises very aggressive ducks. Later in the day, the couple is called forward to receive the blessing of the village crone. She lives in a small hut that smells like dried fish and burnt rosemary. No one knows her actual age, but she's been grumbling at children and muttering about the wind since time immemorial. She examines both bride and groom closely, sniffing at them like produce at a market. Then she declares them adequately matched and sprinkles a mixture of flour and salt on their shoes, muttering what you think is a blessing, but might also be a soup recipe. Before nightfall, small wooden tokens are exchanged, simple carvings done by local children. One shows a duck, the other what might be a loaf of bread, or possibly a hedgehog. The symbolism is unclear. but everyone claps anyway. You settle back against a hay bale, watching the villagers disperse to prepare the next stage, cleaning the groom. But that's tomorrow's ordeal. Tonight, the stars are out, and the smell of smoke and stew fills the air. A few musicians strum their lutes off-key by the fire. Someone brings out a jug of elderflower wine, and a woman with startling eyebrows sings a song that might be about love, or maybe cheese theft. Hard to tell. You close your eyes, not quite asleep, but drifting, surrounded by the gentle buzz of a village wedding that feels older than time, and just strange enough to feel like home. The rooster, as always, has no sense of timing. He crows before dawn with such conviction, you briefly consider writing a medieval law to silence him. But alas, you're not the lord of this manor, or even the stable boy. You're just an observer, once again, yawning your way into another day of rustic rituals. Today is all about the bride price, or, as the villagers dramatically call it, the exchange of fortunes. The actual items involved may not scream fortune to modern ears, but here, a particularly fluffy chicken is worth more than gold, especially if it lays eggs with yolks the color of sunshine and doesn't bite. You amble toward the Cooper's cottage, where both families have gathered again. This time, seated around a wobbly table that smells faintly of cider and worry. On it lies a burlap sack of dried peas, a wooden cup containing 3 polished pebbles, and what appears to be a slightly moldy wheel of cheese. Negotiations are about to begin. In medieval rural life, the bride price wasn't just symbolic. It was compensation, reassurance, and bragging rights all in one. The groom's family offered wealth, in whatever form it came, to the bride's family to show they could support her, and by extension, any children that might follow. It also helped balance out the fact that the bride was often expected to join the groom's household and lose direct ties to her own. The first offer comes in: 1 healthy goat, 2 barrels of fermented turnip mash, don't ask, a length of dyed wool, and a promise, written on bark, that the groom will build an indoor privy within the year. This last item causes gasps. A toilet indoors? Luxury. Possibly witchcraft. The bride's uncle, who acts as her negotiator, responds with a long monologue about her value, her skill with bread, her broad hips, this is somehow said with reverence, and her ability to name every single chicken in the village, backwards. He demands 2 more hens, a jar of honey, and the ceremonial inclusion of the goose that survived the fire. You assume this is either a compliment or a threat. And then there's the stare-off. The 2 eldest men from each family, both named Thomas, naturally, lock eyes and proceed to squint, twitch, and purse their lips for an uncomfortable amount of time. The rules are unclear. A child coughs, a dog farts. One Thomas blinks. Victory is declared. As quirky as it all seems, historians still argue whether the specific items exchanged in rural weddings had legal standing or were mostly ritualistic. In some regions, failing to deliver the promised livestock could annul the union. In others, it was just seen as deeply impolite and liable to get you banned from the cider circle. After a short break in which someone loses a slipper and another person eats part of the contract, the final bride price is agreed upon: 2 chickens, one of which sings when startled; 1 goat, unrelated to the singing; a small mirror, very rare, and a loaf of bread shaped like a rabbit. Everyone is pleased. The groom's mother wipes her eyes dramatically and hugs a tree, which she seems to think is her cousin. The bride's father announces, with solemn pride, "My daughter is worth every grain of barley, and then some." Then he steps on a rake. As the sun rises higher, villagers wander by to comment on the success of the negotiations. The old cheesewoman insists she predicted the outcome in her dream. She also claims the bride will have 7 children, the last of whom will become mayor of another village entirely. You step away from the crowd and lean against a fence. There's a chicken there too, staring at you with something between curiosity and judgment. You nod. It nods back. A silent understanding is formed. Later, you follow a group of children to the edge of the forest where they collect wedding stones. Smooth, round pebbles believed to bring good luck if tossed into a stream on the wedding day. One boy insists his rock looks like a potato. You agree? Another swears his has magical properties because it glows in the sun. It's just wet. But you don't ruin the moment. By late afternoon, the families gather for a small ceremony to officially bind the promise. It's less binding and more symbolic. Each side ties a strip of fabric to the other's wrist, then sings a strange little rhyme about ducks and destiny. No one knows the second verse, so they just hum. You stay until dusk, watching as the table is cleared and the cheese is respectfully placed on a high shelf to ripen with dignity. The goat is tethered nearby, humming its approval, or maybe just chewing grass rhythmically. Another day of wedding prep is done. Another strange, lovely layer to the old ways revealed. You walk back toward your makeshift bedding, with your thoughts still lingering on singing chickens, stubborn uncles, and promises made in turnip-scented rooms. Sleep comes slowly, like fog across a field, quiet, creeping, and oddly comforting. You awaken to a distant scream, not the kind of scream that signals danger. No, this is more emotional, a scream of disbelief, perhaps grief, possibly both. You sit up from your itchy bed of straw and realize what day it is, the bathing of the groom. This is a sacred tradition in many rural medieval villages. And by sacred, of course, we mean widely avoided, because the groom must bathe, and worse, everyone has to help. You shuffle toward the town square where a wooden tub has been dragged into position beside the well. It leans slightly to the left, one leg shorter than the others. Already, several elderly women are arguing over which herbs to add to the water. One holds a fistful of moss. Another offers a clove of garlic. A third dumps in something that might be a pickled onion, explaining solemnly that it wards off toe rot. The groom stands nearby, bundled in 3 layers of linen and pure dread. He hasn't bathed in, well, no one knows for sure. There was a damp cloth incident a few weeks back, but opinions differ on whether that counts. In medieval times, hygiene wasn't what you'd call thorough. Contrary to the popular belief that no one bathed at all, many people did attempt cleanliness, but not as often as you'd like. Rural folks bathed seasonally, sometimes quarterly, sometimes only for weddings and funerals. Baths were a communal affair, often involving large tubs, shared water, and a lot of deeply repressed complaints. You're handed a ladle and told to make yourself useful. Water is fetched from the well, poured into the tub, with a satisfying sploosh, and stirred with what looks like a broom handle. Someone adds a sprig of rosemary. Someone else throws in a peppermint leaf. The water now smells vaguely like old soup. The groom removes his outer layers with the delicacy of a man peeling bark off a tree. Underneath is a tunic soaked in nervous sweat and the faint aroma of sheep. He steps into the tub with the reluctance of a cat being introduced to a thunderstorm. From the sidelines, children giggle. Old men nod approvingly. The bride's cousin announces, "He's doing better than the last one. That boy fainted twice before we even got his socks off." You help rinse the groom's shoulders, careful not to splash. The water darkens quickly. Someone passes him a cloth soaked in elderflower. Another offers a smooth stone for spiritual scrubbing, though it just looks like a rock. The groom mutters something about this being worse than plague drills. Historians still argue whether pre-wedding baths had symbolic meaning or were purely practical. In some areas, the bath was believed to wash away bachelorhood, while in others, it was just the only time anyone could be forced to get clean in public. A surprise visitor arrives, the bride. She approaches, hands on hips, and squints at the tub. After a pause, she nods, satisfied. He doesn't smell like mold anymore. That's promising. Then she tosses him a bar of soap, the size of a potato, and walks away. The bar is homemade, of course. Soap in medieval villages was a luxurious rarity, often made with lard, ashes, and wild herbs. This one appears to have a sprig of lavender jammed into it at an aggressive angle. As the bath continues, the ritual reaches its climax, the hair rinse. A ladle of slightly warm water is poured over the groom's head as a chant is murmured by the oldest woman present. No one's entirely sure what she's saying. It might be a prayer, a recipe, or instructions for boiling cabbage. A dog licks the edge of the tub. Finally, the groom emerges, dripping, slightly pink, and looking 10 years younger. He's wrapped in linen, handed a warm flatbread, and told to go sit in the sun and reflect on his mistakes. He does. You sit next to him, both of you chewing quietly. The bread is filled with something sweet. Dried plum, maybe, and dusted with flour. He looks at you and says, "I think I'm ready." Then he sneezes. The women take the used bath water and pour it around the edge of the village garden. "Good for the roots," one mutters. "Kills beetles," another adds. "Repels gossips." You're not entirely convinced any of these things are true, but no one questions her. She once predicted the weather with a goose's sneeze and was somehow correct. That evening, the village gathers around the fire for stories. The groom is clean. The ale is flowing. And someone's playing a lute with 3 strings and a shoehorn. Someone retells the legend of the clean groom of Crowthorne, a man so spotless on his wedding day that his bride fainted at the altar, convinced he was a ghost. The tale ends with a toast and a hiccup. You lean back, full belly, warm feet, the scent of elderflower still lingering in the air. The groom snores softly beside you, wrapped in a blanket someone probably stole from the priest. The fire crackles. Someone laughs, and the stars drift slowly across the ink-black sky. Another strange day behind you, another one ahead. You wake to the unmistakable smell of something boiling. Not water, not soup. Something mysterious. Something that, deep in your bones, you know is squirrel. You sit up slowly. Your back aches from sleeping on a lump of something you later discover was a turnip. The square is already bustling again. Today is the pre-wedding feast trial, a test meal prepared to check flavors, portion sizes, and the general ability of the cook to avoid poisoning guests. Historically, the results have been mixed. You follow the sound of clanging ladles and low-stakes panic to the baker's shed, where several ants are bent over large iron pots, bickering about the correct stew thickness. One argues for thin but noble. Another insists it must stand on its own. You sneak a peek and see a bubbling mixture of root vegetables, barley, and something long and grayish that might once have climbed trees. In rural, medieval weddings, food was both celebration and strategy. It was a rare chance for the whole village to eat beyond subsistence. This meant big stews, hard bread, and enough ale to make people forget that one of the meat pies might be filled with pigeon. The menu for the feast includes barley stew with whatever we had left, salted fish pie, fish unspecified, flatbread with burnt edges, intentional. They claim a dessert of honeyed turnip slices, a local favorite, unfortunately. As a guest in training, you are handed a wooden spoon and told to taste everything and lie if it's terrible. The stew is not bad, smoky, textured, a bit too enthusiastic with the time. You nod encouragingly, and an ant squeezes your arm like you've just saved her from embarrassment at royal court. Elsewhere, the bride is overseeing the bread inspection. Bread is a status item in the village. Everyone knows who bakes well and who should be legally banned from flour. Her sister is shaping small loaves into animal forms: rabbits, birds, and one questionable lump that might be a donkey or an existential crisis. Meanwhile, the groom is sharpening spoons, not knives, spoons. He insists a sharp spoon makes for better soup interaction. No one argues with him. He's clean now, and apparently a bit intense. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out. One of the younger cousins has added onions to the stew. This sparks a heated debate. Half the aunts claim onions are sacred. The others insist they bring bad breath and marital quarrels. A village boy offers to taste and decide with his heart. He ends up eating 3 bowls and passing out on a hay bale. Historians still argue whether pre-wedding feasts like this were meant as practical tests or more as ritual bonding events. Some records show that bad food could actually delay weddings. Others suggest everyone just drank until they didn't care. As the sun climbs, more villagers arrive to contribute. Someone brings pickled eggs. Someone else arrives with a jar of wild berry compote, which is met with suspicious glances because, well, berries aren't in season. They're from last year, she says proudly. Still mostly red. You're sent to fetch firewood and return to find a squirrel. Yes, a real squirrel, sitting on the stew pot. It's unclear if it escaped from the ingredient list or plans to return to it. The children name it Gerald and feed it bread until it leaves on its own terms. The day stretches out in rhythms of stirring, singing, sampling, and quiet chaos. A fiddler plays a tune that sounds almost like music, and a few elders sway in time. The priest shows up, not to bless anything, but to complain about the noise. Someone hands him a turnip with honey. He leaves. By late afternoon, the feast is declared probably edible. Everyone applauds. Someone tosses flower petals in the air, which the wind promptly carries into the stew. An aunt shrugs, extra fiber. That evening, small bowls of the test dishes are placed outside various homes for the spirit of the oven. A half-forgotten superstition claiming that baked goods must be shared with invisible beings to avoid future soggy crusts. You watch as a little girl carefully places her flatbread on a tree stump and whispers, "Don't ruin the pies. Okay?" As night falls, the final taste testers gather for one last critique. The bride gives a tiny smile and nods. The groom says, "It needs more garlic," and is immediately chased by the garlic aunt who believes in strict clove moderation. You curl up under a borrowed cloak, belly full of stew, ears filled with laughter and song, and just the faintest aroma of squirrel lingering in the air. Sleep takes you before the stars are fully out, but not before you hear one of the uncles mutter, "Tomorrow, we deal with the clothes." You sigh. Of course you do. You're jolted awake by the sound of sewing gone wrong. A sharp yelp, followed by a string of medieval curses involving sheep and butter churns. It's time for the next essential step in the wedding preparation: outfits. More specifically, cobbling together festive garments from whatever hasn't been eaten by moths, repurposed for scarecrows, or buried with an ant. You shuffle toward the weaver's cottage, where chaos has taken the shape of linen, wool, and arguments over buttons. The bride's sisters are knee-deep in a pile of hand-me-downs, trying to determine if a green tunic with a singed hem counts as lucky or unwearable. The groom, meanwhile, is holding up a hat that once belonged to his grandfather and smells unmistakably like pickled onions. In medieval rural life, there were no bridal boutiques or fancy tailors for villagers. Clothing was heirloom, patched, and steeped in superstition. It was common to borrow garments from relatives, or even corpses. A festive cloak worn at a wedding might have first appeared at a funeral. It's fine. Just don't ask whose. You're drafted almost immediately to help mend a pair of ceremonial trousers, which are ceremonial mostly because someone stitched a row of daisies onto the cuffs. You're given a bent needle, black thread, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility. After 20 minutes of squinting and pricking your finger twice, you declare the job rustic but passable. The bride is trying on a faded gown passed down from her great aunt, who was famously round and short. The bride is not. The gown pinches in odd places and hangs in others. A cousin mutters something about stuffing hay into the waistline for balance. Another suggests a belt made of braided garlic stems. Fashion meets function. Accessories are also taken seriously. One woman is unraveling an old funeral wreath to repurpose the flowers. Someone else produces a fox fur shawl. But it's quickly rejected after the fox's face is discovered still attached. Historians still argue whether the use of second-hand or funerary clothing was considered a way to honor ancestors, or simply a necessity due to limited resources. Either way, no one here seems fazed by the faint scent of mothballs in memory. The groom is fitted with a tunic that's several shades of brown. Possibly even all the shades of brown. It's been patched in 7 places and features a squirrel embroidered on the chest. No one remembers why. It might have been part of a festival, or a prank, or both. His boots, tragically, are too small. A neighbor offers a pair of wedding clogs, worn once by her brother before he ran off to become a monk. They fit, barely, and squeak with every step. The groom accepts his fate. You're handed a task of grave importance, selecting the ceremonial sash. There are three options: a strip of faded red velvet, stiff with age, a twisted braid of dyed wool that smells faintly of stew, a golden ribbon with a suspicious burn mark. You go with the velvet. It's tradition, and it doesn't smell like anything in particular, which feels like a win. Meanwhile, the children are helping decorate the wedding staff, a tall pole adorned with feathers, dried flowers, and two very determined beetles that refuse to be removed. The staff will be carried ahead of the couple on the wedding day, announcing their union and confusing any ducks that cross their path. In the corner, the village's oldest tailor, a man named Drogon, who hasn't blinked since the winter of '83, quietly hums while hemming the bride's sleeves. No one knows what he's humming. It might be a hymn, or just his opinion on sleeve length. By mid-afternoon, the final outfits are assembled, laid out carefully like offerings to the gods of patched linen. They are, in a word, humble, but they shine in their own way, shaped by generations, laughter, and the occasional emergency repair using bread dough. The bride gazes at her gown and whispers, "It'll do." The groom looks at his tunic and nods solemnly, then squeaks 3 steps forward. Someone brings out a mirror, polished with goose fat. The bride glances in, then turns away with a small smile. "Better than I feared," she says. You gather around the fire that night, exhausted but content. A few villagers put on a play, reenacting a wedding disaster of 1201, featuring a goat stampede and a mysterious case of disappearing trousers. It ends with applause and a jug of cider passed around until nobody remembers who was supposed to clean up. You lie on your back beneath the stars, staring at the sky and thinking about how weddings, no matter how odd or patchy, are always stitched together from what people have and who they love, or at least tolerate with mild affection. Somewhere, in the distance, a fox howls. Hopefully not the one that lost its shawl. You awaken to an unsettling chant involving cheese. It's still early. Mist clings low to the ground, and your breath clouds the chilly morning air. Villagers move slowly, bundled in cloaks, murmuring about omens, goats, and someone's missing shoe. Today, you're told in hushed tones, is the curse-checking ritual. You sit up straighter. Yes. Apparently, before a wedding can proceed, the bride must be examined for supernatural interference. Specifically, curses. No one wants to be bound for life, only to discover the marriage is doomed because someone's great aunt held a grudge over Lent spoons. The ceremony takes place just outside the village in a mossy grove known as Whisper Hollow. No one's entirely sure why it's called that. One theory is that the trees whisper secrets. Another is that one old man once mistook the wind for gossip and started a decade-long feud over it. The bride is led there by her mother and 3 elder women, known as the Watchwives. They carry bundles of herbs, wooden talismans, and a rather aggressive-looking goose feather. You're allowed to observe quietly from behind a log, as long as you don't look directly at the garlic. Yes, there is garlic involved. Several cloves are suspended on a string and swung gently above the bride's head, while one of the watchwives chants a rhyme that involves rhubarb, unwanted guests, and a surprising number of dairy metaphors. In rural medieval life, belief in charms, blessings, and minor spells was common, especially around life milestones like births and weddings. Folk traditions blended older pagan rituals with Christian overtones. Many communities had cunning folk, or wise women who performed protective ceremonies. These were rarely written down, yet passed through generations with impressive confidence. Today's ritual includes several parts. The feather test. A goose feather is tied to the bride's wrist. If it flutters unnaturally, it means someone cursed her. If it doesn't flutter, it's a sign she may be too dull to be cursed. Either way, the feather is taken very seriously. The cheese offering. A wedge of aged goat cheese is placed near the bride's feet. If a dog eats it without sneezing, the spirits are at peace. If the dog sneezes, someone has work to do. Today, the dog eats it silently, then walks away with visible smugness. The smoke circle. A pan of herbs, rosemary, sage, and something that might be old celery, is burned, and the bride must walk through the smoke 3 times while reciting her full name, her mother's name, and the name of the person who once tried to hex her hair. She picks that girl from the apple farm. Everyone nods knowingly. Historians still argue whether such rituals were widely believed or more theatrical bonding exercises for the community. Either way, they served a social function, allowing everyone to air vague suspicions in a context that didn't start an actual feud. The final step is the mirror glance. A tiny polished disc of silver is held up to the bride's face. If her reflection looks back as expected, she's fine. If it looks back differently, she may be under the influence of spirits, resentment, or bad stew. Thankfully, the bride looks normal, except for the soot on her cheek and the faint aroma of goat cheese. The watchwives smile. "She'll do," one says, as if approving a turnip for storage. You notice a cluster of children nearby, tying dandelions into a crown. They say it's for the spirit of the grove, who's rumored to bless weddings if it's properly bribed. You watch as they leave the crown on a stump with 3 dried cherries and a snail shell. Someone says the spirit likes shiny things. Another says it prefers silence. A third insists it only appears when someone says crusty butter 3 times in a row. No one tries. After the ritual, the bride returns to the village. People step aside for her with quiet reverence, then immediately resume arguing over who's bringing the spoons for the wedding feast. You follow the watchwives back to their cottage, where they prepare a blessing tea from leftover herbs and a splash of cider. You're handed a small cup. It tastes like mint, mystery, and a slight kick of vinegar. You thank them with a polite nod, unsure if you're now spiritually cleansed or just mildly pickled. Later in the day, the groom undergoes his own light inspection, which is less ceremonial and more of a sniff test. An uncle declares him earthy but acceptable. The bride giggles for the first time in days. As evening falls, everyone gathers by the well to offer quiet thanks for no omens, no curses, no unexpected possessions, and only one case of mild chicken panic. A success, by village standards. You sit beneath a willow tree as the sky fades from gold to purple. Someone lights a lantern. Someone else tells a story about a wedding long ago that ended with a rain of frogs. It's unclear if it's literal or metaphorical. Either way, you check the sky, just in case. Sleep takes you gently tonight, curled in a patch of grass that smells faintly of sage and ash. You feel protected, ridiculous, maybe, but safe. And in this village, that's no small thing. The moon hangs low over the rooftops, casting a silver glow on thatch and timber. As the village begins one of the most anticipated and unhinged parts of any rural medieval wedding, the night before. It's not solemn, it's not quiet, and it is absolutely not dignified. You find yourself swept along a muddy lane toward the main barn, which has been transformed, loosely, into a venue for what the villagers refer to as the song round. You pass a trio of children attempting to hang paper lanterns made from turnip skins, and a goat wearing a ribbon. No one explains either. Inside the barn, benches line the walls, and every available barrel has been repurposed as a seat, a drum, or, occasionally, a table for bread. The air is warm with bodies, ale, and the faint undercurrent of onion. A large fiddle leans against a pile of hay. A drum made from stretched pigskin thumps somewhere in the shadows. And someone with surprising confidence is tuning a flute with their teeth. The pre-wedding evening is an old custom, often filled with music, games, riddles, songs, and not-so-secret gossip. You're just in time for the beginning of the first challenge. The bride's circle. The bride is seated in a chair made of mismatched stools. She holds a ladle, painted gold for the occasion, and every eligible person in the barn must approach and offer her a song, a compliment, or a joke. In return, she offers a blessing or a ladle tap, depending on her mood. A shepherd approaches first, sings a ballad about sheep and love, and receives a gentle tap on the shoulder. Next is the baker's son, who recites a long joke about a monk, a turnip, and a suspiciously quiet pig. The punchline is unclear, but it ends with laughter. The bride bestows him with a chunk of crusty bread, her highest honor so far. When it's your turn, you stammer something about her shoes being symmetrical and her eyebrows majestic. She laughs, gives you a wink, and dabs your nose with the ladle. It's a success. Historians still argue whether these night-before gatherings were ancient fertility rites disguised as parties, or simply a way to let everyone drink without waiting for the ceremony. In truth, they likely served both purposes: spiritual bonding, communal celebration, and mild embarrassment. After the songs, the riddles begin. A local elder, toothless but sharp, poses them in a voice like gravel. I am eaten, but never chew me. I am hot, but never burn. What am I? Someone yells, porridge. Another suggests, marriage. A child whispers, sunlight, then eats a beetle. The answer, the elder says, is a stare from the bride's mother. The room howls. Next comes the spoon dance, a chaotic ritual involving everyone holding spoons and attempting to tap out rhythms on nearby surfaces, bodies, or livestock without dropping the beat. You attempt to join in, only to lose your spoon in a hay bale and end up clapping instead. It works. Barely. The groom finally enters, met with a raucous cheer. He's wearing his patched tunic, a flower crown that's definitely too tight, and a glazed expression that suggests he's been fed calming tea or has simply given up. He's seated beside the bride for the final event of the night, the roast. This is not a meal. It is a ceremonial mockery, the village's way of humorously warning the couple about the absurdities of marriage, one by one. Family members and friends stand to offer light-hearted jabs and exaggerated predictions. May you never argue about stew spice unless you want your eyebrows singed. May your roof leak only on Wednesdays. May your first child arrive late, but never so late he's born with a mustache. Everyone laughs. The couple giggles. An old man falls off his stool. Spirits are high. You step outside for a breath and find yourself joined by the bride's youngest sister. She's tying small knots into strings and hanging them on a bush. "For luck," she says. "And spiders, they help marriages." You nod. You do not ask questions. As the night winds down, people begin to drift away. Some sleep where they fall. Others curl up on hay bales, cloaks pulled tight. A woman hums softly by the fire. The goat, now lying peacefully, snores in its sleep. The bride and groom are led away separately, each accompanied by cousins carrying lanterns and a loaf of bread for dreaming, or maybe defense. You stay in the barn. The fire's glow paints the rafters orange. The air smells of smoke, cider, and laughter just finished. Outside, an owl hoots once. A child mutters in their sleep. The night settles, not with silence, but with a hush full of warmth. And you, wrapped in your borrowed cloak, fall into slumber under a banner that reads, "Love is like stew, better the second day." You awaken to the sound of hooves on cobblestone, chickens panicking in stereo, and someone yelling, "Where are her boots?" It's wedding day. Mist still clings to the village like an old shawl, and the sun hasn't quite found its courage. But the people have. They're up, bustling, bickering, braiding ribbons into their hair, and most importantly, trying to keep the bride upright on a donkey. Yes, this is the part of the celebration known as the bridal ride, an age-old custom involving a symbolic journey to the church on the back of an animal that may or may not cooperate. In this case, the animal is named Starlump, and he's an elderly, opinionated donkey with a fondness for butter and a deep mistrust of tambourines. The bride is seated side saddle, wearing boots 3 sizes too large, because they belong to her aunt and were lucky during the blizzard wedding of '07. Her gown, stitched together from 3 generations of linen and love, trails slightly in the mud. She waves stiffly to villagers as she passes, trying to smile while gripping Starlump's mane for dear life. In many medieval communities, the bridal procession was not merely for show. It marked the bride's symbolic departure from her family home and journey toward a new life, household, and role. The donkey, when not rolling its eyes, served as both vehicle and metaphor. Historians still argue whether this practice was meant to mirror noble processions or if it simply made for good drama and better visibility. You walk alongside the group, part of the processional chorus. Children toss flower petals and, accidentally, a small beat. One older woman plays a flute off key, but enthusiastically. Another chants a blessing in rhyme. No frogs in bed, no bees in bread. May your fights be short, and your soup stay red. The groom waits at the church with nervous energy, shifting his weight and adjusting the ceremonial sash that keeps falling to the left. He's wearing his best tunic, the one with the embroidered squirrel and a sprig of rosemary tucked behind one ear. It's unclear if this is intentional or a cooking accident. The bride finally arrives, looking both regal and mildly traumatized. Starlump chooses this exact moment to relieve himself directly in front of the altar steps. A moment of silence follows. Then, polite applause. Inside, the church is cool and quiet. Stone walls hold the chill of centuries. Candles flicker. An iron chandelier hangs just slightly off-center, like it too had a bit too much mead last night. The priest is ready, clutching a small book and a very large mug of mint tea. The guests file in. Seating is informal. First come, first hay bale. You end up wedged between the baker and the blacksmith's cousin, both of whom smell faintly of ash and optimism. The ceremony begins not with words, but with a bell, a single soft chime, echoed by silence. The couple approaches. The priest clears his throat and begins reciting a long string of Latin phrases, some of which may actually be vegetable names. No one understands the words, but everyone listens anyway, out of respect, habit, or curiosity about whether rutabaga really was just mentioned. You glance around. A boy near the front mimics the priest's hand gestures, clearly making them up. His mother elbows him. The couple exchanges glances. The groom mouths, "You sure?" The bride responds with a blink and the faintest smile. That seems to be enough. The priest finally pauses and asks for the vows. This part, thankfully, is in the local tongue. The bride promises to bake with less salt. The groom vows to hang his tools properly. Everyone sighs at the romance. A moment of tension follows. The ring presentation. The original plan was to use braided grass bands, but someone's goat ate them. Fortunately, the tailor's apprentice offers 2 loops of thin copper wire, twisted with care and slightly warm from being in his sock. They'll do. The priest blesses the couple with a final prayer involving beeswax, patience, and the concept of quiet loyalty. Then anoints their foreheads with a dab of honey water. The villagers erupt into applause. Someone blows a horn. Someone else sneezes. As they exit the church, flower petals rain down, mixed with a few overenthusiastic handfuls of barley. The couple is pelted gently with well wishes, good luck tokens, and one small knitted frog. It's tradition. No one questions it. Outside, the sun finally breaks through. Starlump has wandered off toward a patch of dandelions. A child is sent to retrieve him. The couple stands together, blinking in the light, linked by the same copper rings, the same old boots, and the same quiet laughter. You follow the crowd toward the village green, where benches are set, tables laid, and the feast waits. But for a moment, you look back at the church. There's something oddly powerful in the way it all unfolded. Not perfect, not grand, but deeply human. A promise made under flickering candles, with cabbage in your teeth and hope in your sleeves. And that, you think, is enough. You don't so much walk to the reception as float along with the crowd, swept in a tide of laughter, chatter, and the unmistakable clatter of clay mugs being carried in bulk by teenagers clearly untrained for the task. Someone's already lost a ladle. Someone else is threatening to dance before dessert. You just find a bench and let the feast begin. The village green has been transformed, roughly, into a celebration hall. Tables made from doors, laid over barrels, creak under the weight of food. Bread loaves are stacked like fortresses. Pies glisten in the sunlight. And the centerpiece? A roast goose wearing a crown made from chives. Regal, slightly absurd, utterly perfect. You settle in next to the miller's apprentice, who offers you a mug of warm cider and a warning. Don't eat the yellow stew. That's for the musicians. He's not wrong. The musicians arrive, hungry and only mildly sober, and immediately dig into the questionable yellow stew like it's sacred. You admire their bravery or their lack of taste buds. The couple makes their entrance to the sound of 3 fiddles and a drum made from what may have once been a bucket. The bride waves, a little bashful. The groom waves both hands, realizes no one else is doing that, then awkwardly pats the air. There's no formal speech. Instead, the blacksmith stands up, raises a mug, and toasts in a booming voice to long roofs, fat winters, and never stepping on a chicken. Cheers erupt. Someone bangs a spoon against a pot. The children repeat the last part. Never step on a chicken, as if it's a sacred vow. Now comes the food. Trays of root vegetables roasted with wild garlic. Bowls of barley stew, not the yellow kind. Roasted nuts. Tiny tartlets with jam so sweet it hurts your teeth. And a surprisingly decent carrot cake that someone claims was blessed by the crone. You eat, you drink, you breathe in the steam of good things made by tired hands, and you listen, because this is the real gift of a medieval wedding. The stories. The groom's uncle tells the tale of his own wedding day, when his bride-to-be was late because a goose blocked the road and refused to move. Took 4 men and a turnip to negotiate, he says proudly. The bride's grandmother recalls a feast long ago where someone got so excited by stew they proposed to the wrong person. They stayed married anyway. She shrugs. Good soup. The fiddlers start up a tune, a fast, lopsided melody that sounds like falling down a hill, but in a good way. The dancing begins. The children go first, stomping in rhythm. Then the teens, full of cider and courage. Then the elders, proving that sore knees are no match for a well-timed drumbeat. You are pulled in, quite literally, by a strong-handed woman who claims you remind her of her cousin. You don't argue. You dance, badly, but joyfully. Then comes the burping contest. Yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. It begins when the groom's brother lets out a burp that shakes the table. The bride, unimpressed, takes a long sip of mead and delivers a delicate but assertive reply. A contest is declared. Burping, in some medieval villages, was weirdly encouraged during feasts, a sign of satisfaction and respect for the cook. Whether this specific tradition was ever codified is unclear, but historians still argue whether such behavior was genuinely appreciated or just a way to keep things informal and entertaining. What's clear now is that everyone wants in, even the priest, especially the priest. You sit back and let the silliness wash over you. Someone wins, though it's disputed. Someone else falls off a bench. A small dog, dressed in ribbons, is declared the honorary judge. Evening settles like honey on bread. The sun dips low. Torches are lit. The music softens. People lean into each other now, sharing stories in lower voices, refilling mugs, sneaking extra pieces of cake when they think no one's watching. The bride has taken off her boots and is sitting in the grass, laughing with her new cousins. The groom is trying to teach 2 children how to juggle spoons. He's failing. You rise and wander the edge of the green, where the laughter fades into the soft crackle of torches and the hum of insects. The trees sway gently. Someone hums a lullaby from across the field. You sit beneath a tree and let it all soak in. The food, the dancing, the burping, the quiet joy of a community doing something ancient and absurd and beautiful in equal measure. The feast may be winding down, but the story, your story, still has many hours left to drift. At some point during the night, you must have nodded off. You awaken with a piece of flatbread stuck to your cheek and a spoon in your hand. There's no memory of acquiring either. The feast has ended, but the celebrations are far from over. It's time for the bedding ceremony. Before you panic, know this. In this village, and for this script, we're keeping things strictly PG. No scandal here. Just good-natured chaos. The bedding ceremony, in many rural medieval communities, was both symbolic and theatrical. The idea was to escort the newlyweds to bed in front of witnesses, family, friends, neighbors, livestock, and offer blessings, songs, and, depending on the region, a bizarre array of produce. Think of it like a group lullaby performed by people who've had too much mead. You find yourself swept along with the crowd again, this time toward a small wooden cottage at the edge of the village. It belongs to the cooper's cousin, recently scrubbed and appointed as the honeymoon suite. Inside, a mattress stuffed with straw, a curtain for privacy, sort of, and a small window already fogging up from too many bodies crowding in. The bride and groom are standing awkwardly by the door. She clutches a candle. He clutches her elbow. No one seems sure where to look. Then the priest clears his throat and begins the traditional chant. Bless the bed, bless the bread. May no frogs be found therein. May their soup be always thick, and may no neighbors wander in. This is met with enthusiastic repetition. Someone adds an improvised verse about goats. The crowd approves. The guests then form a line to offer gifts and advice. One woman gives a small sack of mint leaves to keep the air fresh. A man offers a wooden spoon with a hole in it for stirring love into porridge. A child hands them a drawing of 2 smiling turnips. No one questions it. And then comes the vegetable throwing. Yes, it's a thing. Guests line up to gently toss root vegetables, turnips, carrots, one slightly overripe beet at the door of the cottage. This is said to ensure fertility, prosperity, and that the couple always has soup ingredients on hand. You're handed a modest turnip. You throw it gently. It hits the door with a satisfying thump. A cheer rises. The bride laughs for the first time in a while. The groom bows with exaggerated flair. Then, they step inside. The door is closed, not locked, just latched with a polite twig. The curtain is drawn. The light remains on, glowing faintly behind linen cloth. Now the crowd gathers just outside and does something even stranger. They sing lullabies. Not for the couple, exactly, but for the house, the night, the spirits, and maybe themselves. Voices rise and fall in uneven harmony. One old man begins a tune that starts solemn but ends with a rhyme about cabbage soup. A teenage girl offers a slow ballad about geese and patience. Then someone whispers, "Blessings now," and everyone goes quiet. Historians still argue whether bedding ceremonies were actual public events or largely dramatized by later chroniclers. But we know this much. Rituals matter, especially in tight-knit communities. These moments allowed people to share joy, offer guidance, and participate in something older than any of them could name. After a few more murmured blessings, the crowd slowly disperses. Some head home. Others find hay bales, doorsteps, or patches of grass. The mead is mostly gone. The bread has hardened. A dog curls up beside the fire and dreams of goosebones. You, still slightly holding your spoon, make your way toward the barn again. There's an odd peace in the air now. The loud parts are over. What remains is warmth, the quiet closeness of people who've shared something foolish and lovely. You lie down and listen to the wind in the eaves, the soft creak of the barn roof, the last plucked note of a lute. Someone snores. Someone else mutters, "No frogs," in their sleep. You close your eyes. The image of a blushing bride in mismatched boots and a groom with a flower crown tilted sideways, floating gently in your mind. And for a moment, just a moment, you think you hear the faintest giggle behind that curtained window. Morning comes softly, like it's apologizing for waking anyone up. You open your eyes to the sight of smoke curling from cottage chimneys, dew on the grass, and the sound of someone frantically searching for their other shoe. It's the aftermath, what villagers call the reckoning. Not for sins, mind you, but for misplaced items, stolen pies, and sudden mysterious livestock appearances. You stretch beneath your borrowed blanket and watch the sun push up over the rooftops. The village is stirring in that peculiar, half-awake way. Some people already collecting firewood, others still asleep in bundles beneath tables. A rooster makes a sound like it's reconsidering its choices. A child walks past, dragging a wooden spoon tied to a string like it's a pet. You find your way to the cooper's barn, where the groom's best shoes are being hoisted down from the rafters. No one knows how they got up there. A cousin claims divine intervention. A more realistic explanation involves too much cider and a poorly aimed toast. The bride's veil, meanwhile, is discovered on the church roof, caught delicately on a weathered stone cross. How it ended up there is anyone's guess, though the village crone insists it's a sign of a fertile union. The crone, it must be noted, also once declared a sneezing dog to be a prophet. Breakfast is being assembled from leftovers. Cold roast vegetables, hunks of bread that now require a small hammer, and a suspicious pot of stew that someone insists tastes better the second day. You try a spoonful. It tastes like sleep and ash, with a hint of thyme, and something that might be yesterday's beet. The newlyweds emerge at last, blinking in the morning light, wrapped in the same blanket. They're met with soft applause, a few teasing cheers, and one very enthusiastic cow who appears to have become emotionally invested in their union. The couple receives a symbolic broom, handed down through generations, to sweep away arguments before they start. It's mostly decorative, but everyone nods as if it contains ancient wisdom. The groom lifts it solemnly. The bride tries to swat a fly with it. The symbolism lives. Historians still argue whether this day after gifting and blessing was common or mostly improvised by especially sentimental communities. Some villages celebrated with ritual cleanings, symbolic washings of hands and feet, or the baking of first-day bread, a crusty loaf eaten only by the couple, ideally in silence, to ensure a peaceful household. In this village, the couple is invited to plant a tree behind the inn. The chosen spot is shaded, slightly muddy, and already occupied by one confused chicken. The groom gently shoos it away. The bride presses her fingers into the soil. A young sapling, an ash tree, is placed in the hole and watered with a ladleful of mead. A blessing is whispered. Grow strong with time. Bend with storms. Shade the heads of those who follow. Nearby, two children play a game involving tossing pebbles into a shoe. They argue over the rules. One simply declares victory by announcing, "I'm older." The other retaliates by putting the shoe on her head and dancing away. You wonder if that's how political systems began. The village returns to its usual rhythm, but slower, sleepier. You walk past the bread oven, where someone's already preparing the week's loaves. A few musicians sit on the steps of the church, quietly tuning strings and sipping whatever's left of last night's cider. A soft breeze drifts through the village, carrying the faint scent of ashes, herbs, and celebration. It smells like memory. You find a quiet bench beneath the tree the couple just planted. The ground is still damp, but you sit anyway. A cat appears, uninvited, uninterested, unimpressed. It curls up next to your foot. You stay like that for a while, just listening. No one needs you to move. There are no more spoons to carry, no more blessings to throw, just you, a wedding, and the quiet after the music ends. The sun now stands high in the sky, casting long, clean shadows across the village. The festival flags have drooped, the cider barrels are mostly empty, and the celebratory chaos has mellowed into a kind of domestic recovery phase. Today, you help clean the barn, not because you're told to, but because it feels like the right thing to do. The groom's uncle is already there, sweeping straw into piles while whistling a tune that sounds suspiciously like yesterday's wedding chant. You pick up a broom, not the ceremonial one, and begin the meditative process of restoring a party-worn village back into something resembling order. It's quiet work, with only the soft scrape of bristles and the occasional complaint from a goat who still believes the barn is his private sleeping chamber. You find things. A shoe, small, embroidered, very definitely not from this century, likely ceremonial, possibly magical. A spoon tucked beneath a pile of straw, slightly bent but still noble. Half a love poem scrawled in charcoal on a board. Her smile, like stew, hot, complicated, maybe burnt. You fold it gently and place it on a nearby beam. In the rafters above, two boys are trying to dislodge a sausage that was somehow thrown during the burping contest and never retrieved. They argue over who gets to keep it. The village crone, passing by below, simply says, "If it falls, it's fate's." Then she winks. Outside the barn, preparations for the newlyweds' first official shared task are underway. They'll be helping to mend the inn roof. Nothing says, "We're married," like navigating a ladder, thatch, and deeply passive-aggressive commentary about tool storage. In medieval rural life, couples often began their union by taking on a shared project. It could be repairing a fence, sowing a field, or in this case, plugging that notorious leak over the inn's good bench. Historians still argue whether this practice was intended to test compatibility or just exploit free labor under the guise of symbolic bonding. You watch as the bride steadies the ladder and the groom climbs, holding a bundle of thatch and muttering about balance. A small crowd gathers, not to help, but to critique technique and offer helpful thoughts like, "That's not how your uncle did it," or "Hope she's not afraid of heights." The couple works well together. She hands him tools before he asks. He catches her when she slips in the mud, and neither of them screams when the ladder wobbles dramatically. It's not romantic, exactly, but it's real. Later, they sit on the roof's edge, sharing a small meat pie and watching the clouds. From your spot on the ground, it looks like they're just figuring it out, one awkward step at a time. Meanwhile, inside the inn, the cook is discovering that a goat has gotten into the pantry. Again, you rush to help, or at least supervise. The goat is victorious for several tense minutes before you corner it using 2 stools and a sack of beets. The cook, impressed, gives you a bonus biscuit. That afternoon, the children host a small puppet show to reenact the wedding. The groom is played by a sock. The bride is portrayed by a wooden spoon with straw hair. The donkey is a broom. It's surprisingly accurate, particularly the scene where a chicken interrupts the vows. By the time dusk approaches, the village has returned to its natural rhythm. The well is busy again. A neighbor's rooster crows at the wrong time. 2 old men argue about whether the wedding stew was too salty or just misunderstood. You sit with the newlyweds under a tree, the same one they planted yesterday. The bride is braiding dried flowers into a garland. The groom is sketching something in the dirt. They're quiet, comfortable. She offers you a slice of pear. He passes you a mug of lukewarm tea. No ceremony, no dancing, just 3 people who were strangers a few days ago, sharing the stillness of a moment when nothing is expected except perhaps to breathe and be full. You look around at the patched roofs, the leaning fences, the fields beyond that shimmer in the late light, and you realize it's not perfect, but it is utterly, beautifully enough. And in that quiet, you feel something even better than rest. You feel home. You rise the next morning slower than usual, not from exhaustion exactly, but from that particular kind of post-celebration stillness, the feeling of something being over, but not quite gone. The village is already moving again. Of course, laundry flaps from lines. Sheep bleat from a nearby field. Someone somewhere is already chopping root vegetables with a cleaver far too large for the job. Life rolls on. But today, it does so with slippers instead of boots. You wander through the square with a crust of bread in hand, nodding to familiar faces. The crone is dozing beside the well, her head resting on a basket of leeks. The blacksmith's daughter is using wedding ribbons to braid her horse's mane. A child is trying to convince a duck to wear a sock. And then you hear it. Gossip, whispers, chuckles, and exaggerated reenactments already circling through the air like dust in the sunbeams. Because if there's one universal truth about rural medieval weddings, it's that they don't end when the vows are said. They live on in stories. You pause outside the bakery, where a group of women are miming the groom's attempt to dance while wearing too tight clogs. His feet moved like offended chickens, one declares, to applause. A group of boys recreate the wedding toast using turnips as cups. A neighbor claims the goat on the roof was a sign of divine blessing. Another insists it just wanted the last biscuit. The couple, of course, are nowhere to be seen. That's tradition, too. The day after is reserved for hiding. Most likely, they're at the edge of the woods, picking berries or arguing gently about whose turn it is to carry the basket. It's a rhythm of togetherness now. You meander to the church steps, where the priest is repainting the sign. He waves you over. Any regrets? He asks. You shake your head. Just the stew. You say. He laughs, then hands you a small piece of chalk. You pause, think, then in careful strokes, write, let love be strange. Let soup be hot. He nods solemnly. A sermon for another time. Historians still argue whether these lingering days of storytelling and reflection had official weight in the community or were just inevitable. Because where people gather, memory blooms. Songs get longer. Mistakes become myths. A donkey becomes legendary. Back at the barn, someone's carving names into the side of a beam. It's an unofficial registry, initials, dates, one sketch of a chicken wearing a crown. You're invited to leave your mark. You hesitate, then carve a tiny spoon. No one questions it. At the inn, the old guests slowly pack their things. One leaves behind a hat. Another leaves behind a poem pinned to a chair. We danced. We spilled. We kissed the rain. We burped our vows and laughed at pain. We sang to stars and scared a goose. Now love is bound and slightly loose. It's signed only, anonymous, but witnessed by 3 sheep. The rest of the afternoon stretches warm and sleepy. Children nap beneath carts. An old woman dozes with a cat in her apron. Someone begins knitting what might be socks, or a very small tent. You sit beneath a tree with a cup of herbal tea. A breeze stirs your hair. You hear, faintly, someone strumming a lute, not well, but with feeling, and slowly, you feel the last threads of celebration untangle and float into the past. There is peace here. A strange, crumb-dusted, goat-interrupted, turnip-tossing kind of peace. But peace all the same. The final day dawns with a hush, as if even the birds have agreed not to startle anyone. The wedding is over. The laughter, the feasting, the ceremonies. They've all settled like a warm layer of dust across the village. But something still lingers, a kind of tenderness. You wander slowly through the green, now clear of tables and ribboned chaos. Only a few petals remain, caught in the grass like tiny forgotten blessings. A dog sniffs them and promptly sneezes. This morning is reserved for returning things. Borrowed cloaks, ceremonial spoons, a pie dish that mysteriously multiplied overnight. The newlyweds reappear just before breakfast, looking rested, barefoot, and faintly smug in the way only people who have survived a bedding ceremony and 2 days of barley stew can look. They make the rounds, offering thanks, sharing bread, exchanging little gifts. The bride gives the crone a pouch of dried flowers. The groom offers the village children a wooden whistle that sounds like a duck with a cold. They're thrilled. There's no final speech, no grand goodbye. Just a quiet morning walkabout where hands are clasped, heads are bowed, and small jokes are whispered. You find yourself back by the tree they planted, now a bit more settled in its muddy patch of earth. Its leaves flutter in the breeze, not yet full, but present, like the beginning of something. A boy sits beside it with a basket of painted stones. Blessings, he says, holding one up, one per person. You take one without looking. Later, when you're alone, you check. It's a smooth stone with a single word carved in crooked lines. Soft. Seems right. You walk past the inn where chairs are stacked, past the well where new water ripples, and through the edge of the woods where someone's humming a wedding tune. Out of key, but still beautiful. A path leads beyond the village. It's not where you're going yet, but it's good to know it's there. The wedding may be over, but the story doesn't stop. Now it's memory. And memory, as the crone once said between sips of mystery tea, is the only soup that gets better the colder it gets. You settle in one final time near the barn, leaning against the sun-warmed wall, the stone in your pocket, a crust of bread in your hand. And here is where the tale ends, not with a bang, not with applause, but with a sigh, a breath out, a full belly, and a quiet heart. And now, as the village fades into the soft folds of sleep, you feel your limbs grow heavier, your thoughts slower, your breath deeper. The fire has long since turned to embers. The laughter has softened into memory. Even the goats have stopped gossiping. The wedding is over. The music has played its last crooked tune. The flowers have wilted just a little, but the joy, the absurdity, the warmth of it all lingers, like the last flicker of candlelight before the room goes dark. Let yourself stay in that feeling for a while. The texture of rough linen against your skin, the scent of wild herbs lingering on the breeze, the echo of fiddles played slightly out of tune, drifting into the night. You are safe here. The villagers have gone home. The fields are quiet. A few lanterns still flicker behind shuttered windows, glowing like sleepy eyes. The moon hangs low and calm, watching over the rooftops. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Every spoon returned, every turnip thrown, every awkward dance completed. You've made it to the end of something. And sometimes, that's all you need. So let yourself drift now. Let the hay cradle your body. Let your breath soften. Let the voices fall away, one by one, until there's just you and the slow, quiet rhythm of sleep. No more goats. No more stew. No more riddles about chickens. Only rest. Gentle, warm, deliciously boring rest. Sweet dreams. We tumble down one of history's quietest rabbit holes, into smoky medieval kitchens, echoing castle halls, and those suspiciously cozy corners of taverns where tales take on teeth. You'll step through the story, as always. You're the one doing the listening, the nodding, the slow dawning realization that this tale might just be telling you something. And the worst part? You probably won't survive this one. You're walking through a damp, cobbled alley, lantern swinging from your hand. The smokehouse looms just ahead, its crooked chimney wheezing out an acrid ribbon of meat-sweet fog. It's not the kind of place most people go after dark, but you've heard whispers, odd ones, not about sausages or hams, but about a voice, a storyteller, they say. One who doesn't need a knife to end a life. You duck into the smokehouse and are hit with the oily warmth of slow-burning oak and pork fat. Hams hang like silent monks from iron hooks, casting warped shadows along the walls. A butcher in a leather apron, too clean to be busy, gives you a long, narrow look. Then, as if by habit, he jerks his head to the back room. She's telling it again, he mutters. The sweet one. You expect something bawdy, but what you hear instead is a lullaby, soft as lambskin, a woman's voice. You can't see her, just the curve of a wool cloak and the pale flick of a hand gesturing midair. Around her, grown men sit with their chins in their hands, faces slack with wonder or fear. She's describing a king who never learned to read, who trusted only those who spoke prettily, who died in bed, smiling. He thought it was love, she whispers, but it was just punctuation. A pause, not the dramatic kind, a hanging, empty one. That's when you notice no one is eating. The butcher's cleaver, still hanging from his belt, glints slightly, and you feel it. The way everyone is leaning just a bit too close, like her voice pulled them forward and forgot to let go. Historians still argue whether medieval storytellers were simply beloved entertainers or subtle state tools, spies with rhythm, agents with rhyme. But one fringe theory posits something more insidious, that in some pockets of Europe, particularly between the 12th and 14th centuries, tale-telling was used as a quiet form of control. Less execution, more erasure, no blood, just forgetfulness. You edge closer to the hearth, where the light is warmer. It does not make the voice less hypnotic. She's now recounting a child who could lie so well. His lies became law, a sweet anecdote, a parable. And yet, one of the listeners wipes sweat from his temple. Another clears his throat, but doesn't speak. Here's a mainstream fact for you. In 13th century France, jongleurs were hired not only to entertain, but to gather intel. Their freedom to move between courts and cities made them excellent carriers of rumor, or poison, depending on the agenda. One jongleur, Etienne de Paris, was rumored to have rhymed entire verdicts into memory, then recited them from behind ale-soaked stages, subtly shifting the narrative to embarrass local lords. But it's the whispered warnings that get you. Tales passed in quiet barns, not courts. The idea that words alone, well-paced, well-placed, could erode trust, could sever loyalty, could lead a man to take a blade to his brother in the name of a bedtime tale. There's a break in the story now. The room exhales. The butcher steps back behind the hanging meats, his cleaver still unused. You shuffle out with the rest, the cool air biting your cheeks. No one speaks as they exit. You turn to ask the man next to you what he thought of the tale. But he's already gone. You don't remember him arriving. You walk back toward your inn, wondering how many stories like that have slipped through smokehouse walls. Ones not written down. Ones that do their work in memory, coiling, slithering, curling into choice. Was it just a story? Or was someone here tonight meant to act? You wake up earlier than usual, earlier than anyone else in the inn. Outside your window, the streets are still quiet, slick with dew and the hush of early fog. You dress, gather your things, and step out into the morning mist, boots scuffing against stones, still dreaming of yesterday's fires. The voice from the smokehouse echoes in your thoughts, not just the story, but how she told it. Each word had a rhythm, not like music. Exactly. More like the way you fall into someone's gaze without realizing it. The village isn't on any major map. Not anymore. But it was once a thoroughfare. You're told, where messengers, traders, mercenaries, and minstrels passed through to reach the capital, or to avoid it, depending on what they were carrying. You're headed to the inn on the hill, the one the butcher mentioned with something like amusement or warning. The lantern mare, it's called, a weather-warped sign creaks overhead, a horse with a lantern instead of a head. Subtle. Inside, it's dim, but warm. The fire is already lit, and someone is tuning a lute, not for performance, but for practice. You nod at the barkeep and find a seat near the hearth. The bard arrives not long after, tall, lean, and wearing that kind of smile that only appears after the punchline, whether you heard it or not. He doesn't introduce himself, just starts talking. This one, he says, adjusting his collar, is a story about how stories kill, which is why I won't name names, but you'll recognize the shape of it. You lean back. He begins. It's about a man with 3 voices. One voice for charm, one for memory, and one for murder. He was no knight, no soldier, just a teller of tales who traveled from village to village, never staying longer than one evening. But in every town he passed through, someone died. Quietly. No blood, no sign of struggle, just a whisper in the ear, and a story that lingered behind like smoke. Some say he used old tales as blueprints, mimicking ancient parables so that the deaths looked like divine lessons. A farmer who hoarded grain and died choking on dry bread. A mayor who lied and drowned in a well, just after hearing a fable about justice at the bottom of a bucket. Fringe scholars argue that these coincidences might have been exaggerated, folk embellishment, but one record from a small monastery in Bohemia notes a performer who arrived during Lent, told 3 parables over 3 nights, and was never seen again. Neither were the abbots he stayed with. The monks buried 3 empty coffins and claimed it was a test of faith. The bard chuckles. Some say he walked with a wolf, he adds, but that's just for flair. You're not sure whether to laugh. The bard isn't trying to impress. He's taking inventory, watching your face for flickers, measuring breaths between sips of his cider. You suddenly wonder if this story is meant for someone else in the room, or if you're the one who's late to your own tale. He shifts tone. Now he's talking about songs, ballads, really, repetitive, soothing, almost too long. How a traveling bard once sang the same lullaby in 5 towns. And in all 5, someone with secrets collapsed in their sleep. The cause? Unknown. Night terrors, the priest said. Poison, said one widow. Just a coincidence, said the mayor. Before choking on a cherry pit, here's your mainstream fact. During the late 14th century, some wandering storytellers were hired not by royalty, but by guilds, who used them to spread messages between members. Cloaked in metaphor, their stories acted like code. A tale about mending sails could signal a change in trade routes. A joke about rotten cheese might reference a corrupt official. It was effective and dangerous. The bard continues. See, if you write something down, it can be traced. But if you say it just once, that's air. That's memory. That's deniability. You're caught by one line. He only killed those who listened too closely. You think of the smokehouse, of how that room leaned forward together, as if drawn into something stickier than suspense. Historians still debate whether this mythic figure, the 3-voiced man, as he's sometimes called, was one person or many, a symbol, or an actual assassin who weaponized empathy. But scattered church records across Spain, France, and even Ireland reference the listening deaths. People who perished in peace, mid-song, mid-smile, without a mark. The bard finishes his tale and tips his cup toward you. Sometimes, he says, truth doesn't want to be believed. It just wants to be remembered. He leaves before you can ask anything else. A man at the bar leans toward you. They say he was real. He murmurs. But it wasn't the stories that killed. It was the silence after. You nod, but your throat's dry. That story, it had your hometown's name in it. Just once. You didn't notice at the time. The road out of the village curves like a question mark, coiling through low hills dotted with sheep and regret. You follow it, not because you know where it leads, but because something in that bard's voice lodged under your skin. A splinter, a hook. Maybe it was how he smiled only after the worst parts. Your boots sink into soft mud as the path veers past a broken fence and toward a forgotten estate. You hadn't planned to come here. No one told you to, but an old woman in the inn, eyes ringed with purple like bruised plums, whispered it under her breath when you passed. The jester's story, she hissed. It lives up there. The estate is barely a memory. Ivy has eaten most of it. A stone arch still stands, and beyond it, a collapsed hall with bits of stained glass twinkling in the weeds like cursed candy. You step through what used to be a threshold. The wind sighs as if trying to stop you. Inside, on a mossy pedestal, lies a marionette, wooden, jointed, missing one eye. Its grin is painted far too wide. You don't touch it. You definitely don't touch it. The story of the jester isn't written down anywhere official. No church archive, no guild records. But among traveling minstrels and tired bartenders, it's one of those tales that shows up when people stop looking at each other directly. It goes like this: a royal court, somewhere cold, somewhere proud. The king was famous for never laughing, not once. So his advisors brought him jesters, dozens of them. Most were executed after one performance. But then he arrived, the man with the softest shoes and the sharpest tongue. He didn't juggle or tumble. He talked slow, calm. Stories, inside stories. A parable about a lion who ruled a forest until the mice elected a new god. A fable about a tower built on secrets that crumbled every time someone said truth. By the third night, the king began to chuckle. On the fifth, he laughed. On the seventh, he named the jester his confidant. On the eighth, the king was dead. No wound, no poison, no mark, just gone. Slumped in bed like a man who'd finally heard the punchline. The jester vanished. Of course. Some say he was never real. A figment, a ghost. Others claim he fled in disguise, performing at weddings and funerals, always with that wide grin painted across his lips. Historians still argue whether the event ever occurred or was retrofitted into royal legend as a political allegory. Kings undone by words, not swords. Here's a mainstream historical tidbit. In 15th century Bohemia, there existed a court tradition known as the sleep mask, a form of late-night storytelling ritual where courtiers gathered in chambers lit only by oil lamps. One mask, in particular, recorded only in the fragmented chronicles of Veitra, was followed by 3 unexplained deaths. The story told that night? Lost. You kneel beside the marionette. Its strings are tangled, but its mouth remains open, as if about to whisper the ending. There's a story within the story. Of course, there always is. The jester's final performance was said to be so layered, so hypnotic, that the king forgot who he was, forgot he was king. They say the jester stripped him down with metaphors, line by line, until he believed he was just another child hearing a bedtime tale. And when the story ended, the man simply stopped. That's the theory, that words can unmake someone, if timed right, if told by someone who truly sees the listener. You rise and brush moss from your knees. The wind pushes again, harder this time. You leave the estate. But the story doesn't leave you. And as you reach the edge of the woods, a boy with a satchel passes by. He's humming a melody you don't know, yet it makes the back of your neck prickle. "Nice weather," he says, without looking up, for forgetting who you are, by now, you're starting to realize the pattern. You arrive somewhere curious. Someone tells a tale. It's harmless, or it should be, until you catch something buried in the phrasing, a metaphor that writhes like it doesn't want to stay still, a punchline that lands just a second too late. Today, you're in a town square, shaped like a thumbprint, smudged with centuries of footsteps. There's a fountain in the middle, dry now, and children running circles around it, while old men sip broth and pretend not to watch them. You sit on a bench that creaks like it remembers better stories, and then you hear it again. And the knight never raised his sword. Not once. He just talked. And by morning, the duke was gone. The voice belongs to a woman selling apples. She's speaking to no one in particular. Maybe the pigeons, maybe the air. You approach casually. She looks at you and smiles. You like stories? You nod, slowly. She nods back, then begins again. No names, no places, just shapes and intentions. "There was a knight," she says, "who could cut deeper with a compliment than most could with steel. He didn't duel. He dined. He didn't threaten. He flattered. And at night, he told stories that made lords question their wives, their brothers, their heirs. Within weeks, their alliances fractured. One man hanged himself. Another drank until he forgot his own children. A third vanished, his clothes found neatly folded by the well. Was it magic? You ask. She shrugs. Just storytelling. Here's the historical footnote. In 16th century Florence, there was a nobleman known as Il Sussurratore, the Whisperer. He was never charged with anything, but his name appears in no fewer than 10 letters of confession, all written by men who had committed terrible acts shortly after visiting him. No one knows what he said. The letters don't say, only that he told them a story about themselves. You chew on this as the apple seller shifts tone. She's now telling a tale about a bard who once insulted a count so gently the man thanked him, before being executed the next day for reasons no one could clearly explain. The insult? Something about bread and firewood. The meaning? Still debated. Probably lost. Historians still argue whether this era of weaponized storytelling ever formally existed, or if it's simply the byproduct of coincidence, fear, and the occasional silver tongue. But certain records from Venice suggest storytellers were sometimes kept in isolation after performances to prevent their poisons from spreading. The apple seller plucks a fruit from her cart and rolls it to you. "For the road," she says. "Don't bite until you hear the end." The end of what? She just smiles. There's something unnerving about how easy it is to believe all this, how perfectly the facts slot into each other. like a well-practiced lie. You look around the square. The children have stopped running. The broth drinkers are gone. Even the pigeons have left. You take the apple and move on. But you can't shake the feeling that the story isn't done. That this one doesn't end with a single voice, but with silence. With the listener choosing to act or not. You glance back, but the apple cart is gone. No wheel tracks, no fruit skins, just an empty bench that creaks slightly in the breeze, and the faint echo of a voice, somewhere between a threat and a lullaby. He didn't threaten. He flattered. It's raining now. Not a hard, stormy kind of rain. Just a steady, lazy drizzle that soaks your cloak and makes everything smell like wet earth and cooked onions. You followed the road to a tavern slouched near the edge of a hill. Its sign reads, "The Rusted Fork," though the fork itself is long gone, probably rusted away completely. The tavern is warm inside, all oak beams and grease-stained curtains, the sort of place where stew is always boiling and everyone pretends not to know each other. You're here for the kitchen. Oddly enough, you've heard something about a cook, one who tells stories while stirring pots, whose pauses between ingredients are just long enough to kill someone. She's already mid-sentence when you walk in. And just as he lifted the spoon, she said, "Not yet." So he waited. And by the time she said, "Now," he was dead. Everyone chuckles, nervously. You slide onto a bench, trying to look like someone who belongs. The cook is old, not fragile, just seasoned. She has that kind of confidence people get when they've watched entire dynasties rise and fall while mincing garlic. She continues ladling stew into bowls, her storytelling so seamless you almost don't notice how often people stop eating mid-sentence, spoon halfway to mouth. You get your own bowl. It smells incredible, smoky, peppery, rich, but no one touches theirs until the cook is done speaking. You follow suit. She tells a tale about a queen with a taste for control. Not poison, not daggers, just words. She trained a woman, a meal poet, who would stand beside her at feasts and whisper invented epics about the dishes being served. Not just names, fates. A soup that told you who would betray you. A pie that recited your worst secret. A roast that apologized in advance for the rebellion it would cause. By the time dessert came, entire councils had resigned. Here's a real-world parallel. In the 14th century Persian courts, food was often served alongside a naqal, a professional storyteller, though mainly entertainers. Some were trained in subtle rhetoric, using meals as metaphors for politics. One noted performance equated a spiced lamb dish with the rot of foreign alliances, prompting a visiting diplomat to quietly end negotiations the next morning. In the rusted fork, spoons hover midair again. The cook has reached the climax. A pudding so sweet it made a king cry. But what the king didn't know was that the tears weren't his own. The pudding carried a tale, spoken through layered ingredients, each bite a verse. And when he reached the final spoonful, he remembered a sin he'd hidden even from himself, and died. Historians still argue, the cook says, wiping her hands on a rag, whether the pudding was cursed or whether guilt is just a spice. Everyone laughs again, but you're watching hands. No one is eating. You glance down at your stew. The surface is calm, untouched, still steaming. The smell tempts you. Yes, but it's the story that binds your hands. Then, someone across the room dips their spoon. A woman. She tastes. Her eyes flutter closed. The cook watches. Nothing happens. Yet, the woman opens her eyes. Too much salt, she says. The cook nods. You heard it wrong. Then, later, you ask the barkeep why no one finishes their food until the story ends. He shrugs. Old habit. Sometimes, the story takes something out with it. What kind of something? The barkeep wipes the counter, not looking up. Appetite? Memory? Guilt? Depends. You wrap the rest of your stew in cloth and leave. You don't want to eat it? Not anymore. Outside. The drizzle has stopped. The clouds are still there, but thinner now. Like the sky itself was eavesdropping. You keep walking. The wrapped stew growing cold in your hands. Part of you wants to throw it away. Another part wonders what would happen if you listened again. Just once more? Not yet. You make it as far as the next town before night falls. But the road doesn't end at a square or a tavern this time. It stops at a house, or what used to be one, half-burned, windowless, sagging under the weight of someone else's memories. You'd heard whispers, always whispers, of a group that used to meet here, a guild of sorts, not for masons, not for merchants, but for listeners. That's what they called themselves, the Guild of Listeners, also known, depending on who you ask, as the Liar's Table. The door creaks open without resistance. No lock, just dust. You step inside. The room is mostly empty, save for a long round table and 12 mismatched chairs. You can almost see them. The silhouettes of people leaning in, elbows on the wood, ears closer to mouths than eyes ever dared be. No one speaks in this room anymore. But there are papers, folded slips tucked into the cracks of the table, old ink on brittle pages, not records, not exactly, fragments, hints, and one phrase you keep seeing over and over. He said the truth so gently, they mistook it for fiction. A breeze slips in from the chimney. You sit at the table, feeling oddly like you're being measured. Across from you lies an object wrapped in velvet. You unwrap it carefully. Inside is a mask. Half silver, half black, shaped to cover the mouth only. The moment your fingers graze the inner lining, you hear it, not out loud, not exactly. It's more like remembering something you've never known, a voice, telling a story, no name, no plot, just rhythm and intent. It's about a boy who never spoke, but made everyone around him confess simply by listening, one by one. His family, his tutors, even the village priest, told him things they never meant to. They said they felt safe. They said he was so quiet. They said it just came out. One day, he vanished, and a decade later, nobles began dying. Each one found clutching a paper with a story written on it. A true story, but one no one else was supposed to know. Historians still argue whether this silent confessor ever existed. Some think he was a symbol. Others believe he became the founding figure of the Guild of Listeners, an underground society devoted to the art of revealing truths through suggestion, not confrontation. The idea was simple. Tell stories with no direct accusations, but so precise in metaphor that the guilty would reveal themselves, or crumble, trying not to. The mask was their tool. Wearing it meant silence. It forced the teller to craft tales so clearly, so pointedly, that listeners would draw conclusions without being told. A mirror disguised as a mouth. You set the mask down. Your fingers are tingling. In the corner of the room, behind the fireplace, there's a small door. It leads to a cellar. You shouldn't go down there. So, of course, you do. The air shifts. Cold. Pressed in. Like something's holding its breath. On the wall are carvings. Crude images of faces. Each one different. But they all share one trait. Wide. Listening eyes. Beneath them, someone has etched a final message. If you're here, it means the story is already inside you. You back away, suddenly aware of your own breathing. The guild may be gone, but the room still listens. You leave, slowly, the velvet-wrapped mask tucked into your coat, though you don't remember deciding to take it. Outside, the wind hisses through broken shutters, and in the distance, just faintly, you hear someone beginning a story. A quiet voice. Measured. Laced with implication. You stop walking. Because it's your voice. By now, you've stopped pretending this is just curiosity. You're chasing something. Not quite a person. And not just a story either. It's more like a pattern, hidden beneath bedtime fables and breakfast chatter, lurking in corners where people lower their voices just enough to let the truth slip out. Your next stop is a monastery, remote, high on a hill where clouds drag across the ground like tired thoughts. You arrive near dusk, when the bells ring, soft, and the monks move like shadows. Their robes are damp with fog, their eyes tired but kind. They let you in without question. You explain, carefully, vaguely, that you're researching old legends. They nod, as if you're just the latest in a long line of seekers. One of them, a monk with hands like tree bark, guides you to the scriptorium. You won't find the story here, he says, but you'll find the story about the story. You smile politely, but you're listening very closely. He hands you a scroll, wrapped in waxed cloth, faded, cracked, and written in 3 distinct hands. Not scripture, not doctrine, a fable. It's the story of a girl who never slept. Instead, every night, she dreamed wide awake, hallucinating whole villages, arguments, lovers, assassinations. Every dawn, she recited her dreams, and people listened because her stories came true, but only after she told them. One dream described a merchant falling from a tower. That very afternoon, a gust of wind pushed a careless spice trader to his death. Another night, she spoke of a priest who would spill a truth too early. The next day, a clergyman admitted to forgery and was stoned. The girl became famous, powerful, feared, and then she disappeared. Some believed she was taken by a king who wanted her dreams weaponized. Others said she simply ran out of stories. But the last entry on the scroll is different. It's not part of the tale. It's a note, in the third hand, written in the margins. Her final dream was about a listener, not a killer. A listener who made others end their own tales. The monk watches your face. He doesn't smile. Fiction? You ask. He shrugs. The story always fits the listener. That's when you hear a noise. From outside, you follow it. In the courtyard, an elderly woman is telling a story to a ring of novice monks. Her voice is soft, her rhythm lulling, almost hypnotic. It's a tale about a knight who survived every battle, not by strength, but by knowing what people needed to hear. He told his enemies their deepest regrets, made them remember things they couldn't live with. They always let him pass. Sometimes they wept. Once, one of them turned the sword on himself. The woman finishes. The novices say nothing. They just rise and walk away, quiet, reflective, disturbed in a way they can't name. You approach her. Is it true? You ask. She looks at you. No, she says. Then she smiles and adds, but it will be. Here's a mainstream fact. In Byzantine courts, trained orators, rhapsodes, were known to memorize and perform not just epics, but persuasive, predictive narratives tailored to specific audiences. One account from the Lexicon of Strategos Theophylact suggests an orator once incited a rebellion simply by performing a fictional monologue from a dying general. The performance was banned. The general never existed. Historians still debate whether such performances were political theater or legitimate precursors to psychological warfare. You leave the monastery feeling heavier, but no clearer. Only one thing sticks with you, something the monk said earlier. You won't find the story here, but you'll find the story about the story. You wonder how many people you've met weren't characters in this mystery, but hosts for it, storytellers, or maybe something worse, story spreaders. You've begun listening differently, not just to people, but to the spaces between them, the silences, the hesitations, the pauses that stretch just a little too long, like someone waiting to see if you'll finish the thought for them. That's probably why you notice the song. It's late afternoon, and you're trudging along a dirt path lined with hedgerows and dry stone walls. The breeze smells like pine and forgotten arguments. At first, you think it's just a bird, but no, it's a ballad, old, out of tune, sung in fragments. You follow the sound to a crumbling bridge just outside an overgrown estate. A man sits at the edge, strumming a lute with 3 strings and no sense of rhythm. His eyes are closed, and his hat is wide-brimmed enough to hide a dozen intentions. He stops when he hears your boots crunch gravel. Looking for a story? He asks, without looking up. You don't answer. He opens one eye, smiles crookedly, and pats the bridge beside him. You sit. Eventually, I sing maps, he says. Songs about maps? You ask. No, maps that are songs. He plays a few soft notes, then hums a melody that loops and dips strangely, like directions. And then, with a soft, almost apologetic tone, he sings, through yonder grove and mossy bed, beneath the path the whispers tread, count 3 stones past the orchard wall, then follow silence, not the call. It's nonsense, beautiful nonsense, but something in it clicks. You recognize a phrase, orchard wall. You saw one not an hour ago. He stops playing and sighs. That one led to a prince's bedchamber. Useful. Once. Not so much now. You mean it's literal? He nods. I don't sing for crowds. I sing through them. Each verse goes somewhere. Some to cellars. Some to secrets. One of them leads to a confession so old, it's forgotten itself. You laugh. Nervously. Here's your historical fix. In medieval Wales and parts of the Scottish Highlands, Certain bards were rumored to encode navigational clues into their songs, especially when assisting rebels or smugglers. The ballads served double duty: entertainment for the unaware, and direction for the intended. One preserved fragment, known as the Sleeping Shepherd's Route, includes phrasing that, when matched to local geography, outlines a now lost tunnel system beneath Dunrath Castle. The man sings again, lower, slower. A door unseen, behind the hymn, where iron meets the candles dim. Did you ever, you begin, use one of these to get to someone? He smirks. I sang a queen to sleep once, slept through the whole betrayal. You try not to ask what that means. Historians still argue whether these musical maps were common practice or just mythic wish fulfillment, part of the romanticizing of bardic culture. But several royal deaths, break-ins, and mysterious disappearances do correlate suspiciously with the visits of certain performers. You ask the man why stories make such good disguises. He plucks a single string and lets it fade. Because you can't stab a story. You can only repeat it. You ask him what he's looking for. He doesn't answer. Instead, he sings one last verse. If ever lost or ever found, repeat the tale that turned you round. You leave him on the bridge, the melody still laced in your thoughts. You don't have a destination now, just a song that might be a map, and the creeping feeling that it's leading you back to a place you've already been. You reach a city by accident. That's what you tell yourself. It rises from the plain like a memory you didn't mean to keep. Turrets weather-worn, banners faded to the color of old wine, streets winding in loops that feel oddly familiar. You pass through the gate without challenge. No guards. Just a pair of old women playing dice with stones, who glance at you, chuckle, and say, "You're a bit late, but the punchline hasn't landed yet." It's market day, or something pretending to be. Stalls with wilted herbs, empty cages, and jars of what might be jam, or might be something else. The people here aren't browsing. They're waiting. That's when you hear it. Laughter, sudden, sharp, and completely inappropriate. It's coming from a courtyard framed in stone, where nobles and merchants and a few dusty pilgrims have gathered in a ring. In the center stands a woman in jester's colors, holding a polished wooden spoon like a scepter. Her expression is calm, measured, but her words, a storm. She's halfway through a story about a banquet gone terribly wrong, a queen who demanded entertainment and got it. A tale so funny, so clever, so precisely tuned to her insecurities that she couldn't stop laughing. Not for a minute, not for an hour, for 3 days straight, until her lungs collapsed. You step closer. The storyteller paces, light on her feet. She does the voices, the timing, the dramatics, but it's not slapstick. It's scalpel sharp. Her story dances around details that aren't technically accusations, but every lord and lady in the circle is sweating. One tries to object, and she folds him into the story like dough, turns him into a character, a silly one. The crowd laughs. He doesn't. Historians still argue whether Queen Adrielle of Saloon died from extreme mirth, as the records say, or whether the story that triggered her fit was part of a coup. Some scholars suggest the jester was bribed. Others believe it was spontaneous satire taken too far. Either way, the jester vanished, left behind only a rhyme scratched into her plate. A laugh too long can snap the string and let the silence bite. The storyteller in the courtyard finishes her tale with a bow. No one claps. They're too busy watching each other, measuring reactions, evaluating guilt. You make the mistake of meeting her eyes. She approaches. You, she says, pointing her spoon at your chest, look like someone who's heard too many stories and believed too few. You say nothing. She leans in. Want to hear one that doesn't end? You nod, because that's all you can do. She begins. It's about a person who followed tales so long. They became one, started as a listener, became a witness, ended up, well, that's the thing. The story hasn't finished yet. She circles you slowly. Her voice dips softer. But what happens when you learn a story that knows you? Her eyes flash, not threatening, just certain. Careful, she says. Some stories echo, some infect, and some choose their own ending. She walks away before you can ask what that means. A noble near you starts coughing. Badly. He grabs at his chest, eyes wide with a strange recognition. No one helps him. They're all listening, not to him. To the story still lingering in the air like smoke, you leave the courtyard quickly. And for the rest of the night, you can't stop thinking about that queen, laughing herself into stillness. A monarch undone by punchlines and precision. Maybe it was funny. Maybe it was murder. Maybe both. You leave the city behind at dawn, long before its walls finish echoing with the laughter or the death it held. The sky is a colorless blur, the kind of pale that makes everything feel half erased. You take the eastern road, supposedly the loneliest one, which makes it the best place for your next stop. The rumors you've been collecting, if they're even rumors anymore, all led you here, to an unmarked settlement, more a cluster of roofs than a proper village. The place barely exists, but people speak of it in quiet awe, not for its food, not for its views, but for what they trained here. Executioners. But not the axe-wielding kind, not the masked, muscle-bound sort from woodcuts. These were quieter, subtler, the kind who never touched the condemned, who simply spoke. You find the cottage at the edge of the trees, low roof, one crooked chimney, and a stone circle out front. Not a ceremonial one, a teaching one. 12 flat slabs where students once sat. Inside, it smells of cedar, ink, and old arguments. A fireplace crackles. A man, ancient and nearly see-through, motions for you to enter without looking up from his tea. You're late, he says. Class is over. I heard this is where they trained. Not killers? Exactly. He chuckles. Not killers. Finishers. He pours a second cup of tea. No offer. Just expectation. You sit. They didn't learn how to swing blades, he says. They learned how to finish people with stories. Carefully. Without blood. Through suggestion. Through voice. He opens a small cabinet and removes a scroll. It's not long. Not sacred looking. But the language is off. Rhythmic. Strange. This, he says, is a fable they all had to memorize. Every syllable. Not to recite, but to understand. He doesn't hand it to you. He reads it. And you feel it happen. The room stills. Your breath matches his cadence. You forget your tea. You forget your shoes. You almost forget your name. The story is about a tree that grew in reverse, starting with a leaf, building its trunk last. Every time someone cut a branch, they forgot a part of themselves. By the end, Only one person remembered what it had been, and even he couldn't describe it. The story ends. You blink. You've been crying. He sips his tea. That, he says, was lesson 1. You ask him how this was used in the real world. He nods toward a wall lined with pegs. Each holds a small talisman, bone, wood, stone, one per student. They weren't sent to kill, just to speak, to stand beside kings and criminals, to offer a story at the right moment. And that was enough? Sometimes. Not always. But sometimes, a man just needs to remember a thing he's worked very hard to forget. Then the rest happens by itself. Phew. Here's your mainstream fact. In the 13th century, the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre maintained a secret tradition of moral training through allegorical storytelling. Records suggest certain knights were taught to deliver precise parables during interrogations, designed to evoke confession or collapse. The term for this method, found in marginal notes, was verba ultima, the final words. Historians still argue whether this was psychological conditioning or just a ritualized superstition. The scrolls recovered from their training chambers suggest both. You sip your tea now. It's bitter. The man looks at you, tilting his head slightly. You already know which story would finish you, don't you? You don't answer, but you do. It's the one someone told you years ago. One you dismissed at the time. The one that keeps returning in your dreams, not for its words, but for the silence that followed. You leave the cottage quietly, the scroll unread in your hands. On the way back to the path, you step into the stone circle. 12 slabs. You choose one and sit, just to see what it feels like. You don't speak for a full day. Maybe it's intentional. Maybe it's precaution. Maybe it's just that you're beginning to understand how powerful silence can be, how it acts like a net, catching words before they escape. You arrive in a village so small it doesn't have a name, just a habit of forgetting things. They don't greet you, but they don't stop you either. You follow a dirt path past shuttered homes and burnt-out lanterns until you find it. A single-story stone building at the edge of the field. No sign, no guards, no charm, just stillness. The prison, or what used to be. You heard the story from a monk 2 towns ago. He said it like a joke, but with eyes that wouldn't meet yours. There was once a prisoner who escaped not by breaking chains or bribing guards, but by boring someone to sleep. You push open the door. It creaks like an apology. Inside, the cells are rusted, the floor uneven. But one room, the last on the left, is cleaner, preserved, reverent. A plaque above the door reads only, "He spoke," and the door opened. You step inside. There's a bench, a crude cot, and, carved into the stone wall, a story, not a short one, either. It wraps the room like ivy, words upon words, line after line, scratched by hand. Some are faded, some rewritten. You run your fingers across the first line. I told him about the stars. All of them. According to the tale, the prisoner was locked up for stealing secrets. Not gold, not blood, but stories. He memorized them, hoarded them, claimed they didn't belong in silence. But he wasn't angry or dangerous. He was just verbose. On his 5th night, a guard asked for a story to pass the time. He began speaking. 7 hours later, the guard was snoring. Door unlocked. No struggle. He left, slowly, politely, after finishing the tale. Some say it was just luck. Others think the prisoner knew exactly which story to tell. A tale so dull, so tangled, so endless that it overwhelmed the brain, put it into a protective shutdown. Historians still argue whether this was the first documented case of narrative sedation, a technique later adopted in certain orders of monks for calming the mad. One dusty text from the Order of St. Clepsydra describes the use of excessive storytelling to lull violent inmates into trance states. The phrase used was, "drown them in meaninglessness." But what if it wasn't dullness? What if it was precision? What if the prisoner knew the right rhythm, the precise tempo, to align with fatigue, with distraction, with the breathing pattern of a man nearing sleep? You study the wall again. The words twist into odd shapes. Certain sections are repeated in mirror form. One passage, scratched 3 times. If you talk long enough, even fear nods off. You sit on the cot, not to rest, but to try something. You begin reading aloud, softly. The room shifts, not physically, just the air. It feels thicker, sleepier. Your own voice begins to loop in your ears, not echoing, but settling, as if the room itself is listening or remembering. You stop. Silence returns like a weight. You leave the cell slower than you entered. The story didn't free the prisoner. The telling did. And now, some part of that telling is with you. Here's the strange part. No one in the village remembers him. You ask an old woman knitting near the well. "We had a prison?" she asks. A child tugs your sleeve. "What's a prisoner?" You don't answer. Just turn back to the road. The path ahead feels longer now. Not in distance, in depth. Because now you know. Sometimes the deadliest stories aren't sharp. They're soft, long, patient. And all they need to do is be heard just once. The forest you enter next is the kind people avoid naming. Not out of fear, exactly, but because names stick, and stories, real ones, don't like being pinned down. The trees are tall and narrow, bunched too close together, like they're conspiring. Every step you take lands on soft mulch, and you swear the path behind you keeps changing, slightly, just enough that you can't trust it. You're not lost, but you're also not found. And then you hear it. Children's laughter, high-pitched, echoing, unsettling in the way only unattended joy can be. You follow it, slowly, until you find a clearing. There's no one there, just a circle of wooden stumps, and on each stump, a scrap of parchment, rhyme in lines, childish script, sing-songy cadences. You pick one up and read it aloud. 1, 2, 3. Don't look at me. I'm not who I appear to be. 4, 5, 6. The rhyme is wrong, but that's what makes the secret strong. You stop. The page is warm, not metaphorically, actually warm. More pages are pinned to tree trunks, hanging from twine, stuffed in moss. Each one is a couplet or riddle, written in tones so playful you almost miss the threat curled inside. They read like nursery rhymes. They feel like warnings. Here's a mainstream historical thread to cling to. In 17th century Bavaria, several preserved children's books contain what are now known as mirror rhymes, poems that, when spoken backward, reveal entirely different messages. Some were nonsense. Others weren't. One documented case includes a rhyme that, when sung in reverse, details the precise symptoms of a local baron's death by arsenic. The rhyme was confiscated. The children who sang it were relocated. silently. You find one more scrap, half buried beneath a stone. If you repeat the rhyme aloud, the silence forms a listening crowd. Say it twice and watch it spin. The door will open from within. Suddenly, the trees don't feel conspiratorial. They feel alert. You don't say anything else. Instead, you pocket the note and move on, trying to pretend your heartbeat hasn't taken on a rhythm of its own. Historians still debate the purpose of these rhymes. Some say they were mnemonic tools for teaching moral lessons. Others claim they were verbal encryption systems used by rebels or heretics to pass forbidden knowledge. But a fringe theory, one often dismissed, suggests something stranger, that certain rhymes, when spoken with enough sincerity, could bind intent into the air itself. Not spells, not curses, just code. Old, potent code that anyone could trigger. You reach the end of the clearing and find a stone arch overgrown with ivy. There's no door, but the shape suggests one should be there. You recite the last couplet again, quietly. Nothing happens. Then, the wind changes, just slightly. Enough to move the ivy, enough to make it look like a door opened, though you never saw it move. You pass through, not because you know what's on the other side, but because, at this point, the story is writing itself. And you're not entirely sure you're the narrator anymore. You descend into darkness that doesn't feel entirely natural. Not pitch black, just soft, padded, like the air was thickened by too many whispered words, and now carries their weight. The passage winds downward, deeper than it should. You pass carved walls with old soot marks and finger-length scratchings, none of them forming letters, just symbols, spirals, echoes. At the bottom, there's a chamber, a round room, low ceiling, barely enough light to see the floor. In the center sits a single stone chair, empty, waiting. And on the wall opposite the entrance, a mural, faded but still legible. It's a map, not of land, not of sea, of time, of nights, lines drawn between towns, each point marked by a symbol, a closed eye, a spoon, a noose, a mask. And in tiny lettering under the topmost edge, the tale that took 3 nights. You know this story. Everyone does. It's the one about the rebellion, the small mountain fortress that held against overwhelming odds, the one where no one knew what had happened until it was too late, the one where the guards changed shifts, the torches stayed lit, the gates never opened. And yet, by the end of the 3rd night, the king's flag flew upside down, and the garrison was empty. No blood, no battle, just gone. The accepted version blames starvation, trickery, internal betrayal. But another story, told only in low whispers, claims that a man arrived with nothing but a lute and a scroll, that he was invited to perform, that he told a single story, one story, 3 nights long, and by the time it ended, the fortress was his. You sit in the chair, just for a moment. The walls don't echo. They absorb. You try to recall the legend in full, but it refuses to arrive in order. Just fragments. A tower with no staircase. A hero who forgot his name midway through. A lullaby sung backwards that made listeners dream the same dream. A question posed at midnight that no one dared answer. You're not sure if these are part of the tale, or if the chamber is writing new versions into your mind. Here's a historical reference to ground you. In the year 1473, An anonymous letter was found sealed beneath the floorboards of a burned monastery near the Carpathians. It contained the phrase, "He finished his tale," and the guards wept. We handed him the keys without speaking. No names, no details. But the monastery had been completely abandoned. No signs of struggle, no bodies. Historians still argue whether this correlates with the legend of the three-night tale or is just an eerie coincidence. One fringe theory suggests the performer used mass hypnotism. Unlikely, unproven, and still unexplained. But sitting here, in this airless hush, you begin to understand how belief fills in the gaps, how repetition cements fiction into memory until no one can tell the difference. You rise from the chair, and something beneath your foot crunches. A scroll, crumpled, unread. You unroll it, hands trembling slightly. It contains only a single sentence. If they fall asleep during the story, they'll never wake up. You freeze, not because you're scared, but because you remember hearing that before. Maybe in the smokehouse, maybe in a lullaby, maybe in a joke someone whispered at an inn 2 towns ago. You're not sure? You pocket the scroll. The air seems heavier now. You return to the stairs, taking them slower this time. Because now you're wondering, did the storyteller cause the rebellion? Or did the story itself turn everyone who listened into ghosts? And more importantly, if this tale you're in keeps going, who's listening to you? You leave the underground chamber just before dawn. Above ground, the sky is that pre-sunlight gray-blue, the kind that looks like it's been soaked in ash. Birds haven't started yet. Even the wind is quiet, like it's afraid of interrupting something. You keep walking, but the ground feels different now. Too soft in places, too silent in others. Your steps make no sound on the road, not even a scuff. You think about the scroll in your pocket, the one with the single, ominous line. If they fall asleep during the story, they'll never wake up. You've heard a dozen versions of that warning now. In smokehouses, inns, cells, monasteries, from storytellers and old women and masked singers and men who hum maps. Each time, it was wrapped in metaphor, served with a wink or a sigh. But now, it's starting to feel less like a warning and more like a rule. You come to a crossroads. No signs, just a crossroads the way they used to be, a meeting of worn paths. A stone well in the center, and a bench for those who didn't know which way to go. A woman is sitting there already. You don't remember seeing her arrive. She gestures for you to sit beside her, and without a word, you do. Her eyes are closed, her breathing steady. Then she speaks, not loud, not even clear, more like someone narrating their own dream aloud. She's telling your story, not in exact words, but in shape, in rhythm. The smokehouse, the stew, the jester, the queen, the nursery rhymes, the rebellion, even the guard who dozed off from a story too long to hold. All of it. You try to interrupt. You can't. You try to stand. You can't. The story continues. She describes a person, you, who began by chasing a myth and ended up chasing themselves. A listener who became a teller who began weaving their own fate without realizing it. She says, the listener forgot where their voice ended and the story's voice began. And you realize something. You haven't told your own story in days. You've only repeated others, followed their threads, stepped where they led. When was the last time you chose a direction that wasn't handed to you in verse? The woman opens her eyes now. They're gray. Not with age. With absence. She says, "This is the final tale. The one that loops. The one that doesn't end unless you do." You ask what she means. She replies with a smile that isn't unkind, but isn't quite there either. "You've been telling a story this whole time," she says, even in silence. "Whose?" you whisper. She leans closer. "Mine." You don't understand. And then, maybe you do. Because it's not that she was telling your story. It's that you've been telling hers, carrying it forward, passing it on. Like a stone rolled downhill long enough to forget it was ever dropped. Here's your final fact to cling to. In medieval Lithuania, there are records of a wandering figure known as the Grey Echo. No name, just a pattern. Villages visited, stories heard, and each time a different person, never the echo, was remembered as having told the tale. One death followed every visit, not dramatic, just still. Scholars still argue whether the echo was a real person or a metaphor for contagious belief. But now, at the crossroads, you know what belief feels like. It feels like momentum you didn't choose. The woman stands. Her cloak ripples, though there is no wind. She begins walking down one of the roads. Without a word, and without thinking, you follow. Because you're not sure anymore whether you're a listener, a storyteller, or the next chapter. You follow her through a landscape that doesn't seem to belong to a map. The road winds through fields that shimmer without sunlight, past fences that loop back into themselves, and trees that lean just slightly toward you, as if they're listening or waiting. She never speaks again, not aloud, but her presence narrates. You find yourself thinking in rhythm, stepping in couplets, remembering your own life not as facts, but as scenes, little stories waiting for meaning. At some point, you realize you haven't seen another person for hours, then days, or has it been longer? There's no hunger, no thirst, just a kind of warm detachment, as though the world has been cushioned in felt. Even your thoughts feel muffled, the way snow muffles sound. You recall something the old man said in the executioner's cottage. You already know which story would finish you, the one that makes you forget you're real. And now, as twilight falls, not once, but seemingly forever, you arrive at a house. You've never seen it before. You know it completely. It's yours. Not from memory, from ending. This is the place where your story lands. The woman is gone. The door is open. Inside, the fire is lit. A chair waits beside it. On the table, parchment, ink, and a quill already dipped and ready. You pick it up, your hand moving before your mind can catch it. You begin to write, not about the smokehouse, or the storyteller with the spoon, or the queen who laughed herself to death, not even about the prison cell where a story unlocked a door. You write this: the listener no longer remembered when they began listening. The story had teeth by then. It told itself. It knew them. And they knew they would never leave it. Because no one escapes a story that learns your name. As you finish the last line, the room softens, not dims, softens. Every edge rounds, every thought slows, like butter melting over warm bread. You sit back and exhale. The fire doesn't crackle, it breathes. Here's the final whisper of history. In a remote Carpathian chapel, there's a fresco no scholar can date or decode. It shows a circle of listeners around a single empty chair. Above them, inscribed in Latin, the phrase, "The one who hears it last must begin again." Some think it's about resurrection. Others, reincarnation. A few, very few, believe it's about stories, about how they don't end. They only change narrators. You look down at your hands. The ink has dried. The page is full. The fire hums. And outside, just beyond the window, a traveler approaches. You don't know their face, but you know their question. They've come looking for a story. And you, well, you're the one who answers now. Word count, 1067. And now, dear listener, the fire fades low. The tale loosens its grip. The road stills beneath your thoughts. Everything sharp becomes soft. You're no longer walking, no longer seeking. You're floating, drifting on a story's back, carried through memories that may never have belonged to you. But that doesn't matter now. It's quiet here. The kind of quiet that comes after meaning. The kind of quiet that makes you feel safe enough to stop thinking. Safe enough to let the shadows blur into comfort. Safe enough to rest. Because the tale no longer needs you to finish it. You've done enough. You followed the threads. You listened. You wondered. You watched as words slipped beneath doors, under tongues, into hearts too tired to defend themselves. And you discovered, gently, deeply, that maybe the deadliest assassin in history didn't carry a dagger. They carried a voice, a pause, a perfectly timed story. So sleep now. No more plot, no more puzzle. Only this, a quiet breath, a fading fire, a soft goodbye, and the echo of a tale that now belongs to you. Good night.